Chapter 2031. Genius remembers love in 1 second small? I will provide you with interesting novels to read. The massacring Sword Emperor didn't expect the God Emperor destruction to be so strong. However, he didn't want to give up. Between the two of them, only one of them could survive. Die! The massacring Sword Emperor roared, and the power of rules of destiny around him instantly turned into balls of fire and started to burn fiercely. Is this burning the origin of destiny? Fang Chen frowned and thought to himself. He didn't expect the massacring Sword Emperor to pay such a price to kill him. Burning the origin of destiny was very harmful to one's body. If he couldn't defeat his opponent, death would be the only thing that awaited him. The massacring Sword Emperor was already in a frenzy. He spread out his hands and the black giant sword was wrapped in flames. The terrifying aura was raised to the maximum. Kill. Following the massacre Sword Emperor's furious roar, he suddenly circulated all the energy in his body and injected it into the huge black sword. Swish. The huge black sword pierced through the air, bringing with it an aura that made people tremble as it slashed down. At the same time, the raging flames burned the entire plaza and wrapped Fang Chen's body. Demonic Dragon Sky Destroyer Sword. Fang Chen didn't let his guard down. He executed the demonic Dragon Sky Destroyer sword while his clone executed the immemorial God Refinement art. At the same time, the Herculean Pagoda was also crazily smashing the Black Giant sword, trying to slow down the speed of the Black Giant sword. At this moment, Fang Chen's attack power was raised to the maximum. The golden heart was beating rapidly. He executed 5 sword moves at the same time. The terrifying golden aura fused into the 5 sword lights and lit up the entire sky. Dong. The killer move that the massacring Sword Emperor was so proud of landed on Fang Chen's body. There was a deafening sound, but it didn't break through Fang Chen's defense. Withdraw. The massacring Sword Emperor's attack failed and he was forced to retreat. This time, Fang Chen didn't give the massacre Sword Monarch any chance. Both his avatar and his true body attacked at the same time. Wave after wave of attacks bombarded the massacre Sword Monarch. Outside the plaza, the Vice Palace Master and God Emperor Ling Shi stared at the sea of fire with grim expressions. They couldn't see the situation inside and were worried for Fang Chen. Godly Emperor destruction is very powerful. He should be fine. He had seen Godly Emperor Destruction's previous battle, even though he was only a godly emperor and his opponent was an emperor god. However, the Deputy Palace Master was very confident in Fang Chen. Amidst the sea of flames, the massacring Sword Monarch ignited his primordial spirit and unleashed his strongest move. The enormous black sword contained an aura that caused others to tremble. At this moment, he seemed to have touched the threshold of the Cosmos God realm. The terrifying sword light tore through the space and struck Fang Chen hard. Dong. The dense sword Dao runes on Fang Chen's body erupted with an aura comparable to that of a cosmos god. It formed a powerful confrontation with the terrifying sword light. A very strong shockwave erupted. The entire reincarnation hall trembled. All the disciples prostrated themselves on the ground, suffocated by the terrifying aura. Too strong. Many disciples turned pale and exclaimed in their hearts. Nevertheless, facing such a powerful shockwave, Fang Chen still managed to resist it. No, seeing this, the massacring Sword Monarch's eyes widened and he let out a frenzied roar. Peng! His body was sent flying by Fang Chen's fist. The body of the massacring Sword Monarch smashed onto the edge of the public square, forming a huge pit on the ground. His body was battered and exhausted. The incomplete law of fate revolved around him. His face was pale and fresh blood was flowing out continuously. Hoo. At this moment, the sea of flames on the public square gradually disappeared. Fang Chen stood calmly on the public square. A complicated expression appeared in his eyes. That time in the Sky Dome, you once saved me from the hands of the godly Emperor of Death. Fang Chen paused for a moment before continuing. I, Fang Chen, have always been clear about my gratitude and grudges. Even though you had other motives for helping me that time. In my opinion, you saved me. So, you can leave. This time around, I won't attack you. The next time we meet, we will settle the dispute between the two of us. The massacring sword monarch didn't expect Fang Chen to say such a thing. His eyes flickered with murderous intent. He stood up with difficulty and staggered to Fang Chen. He sneered, "Do you think I will be grateful to you just because of this? I have repaid what I owed you," Fang Chen said indifferently. "Ha ha ha." The massacring sword monarch suddenly laughed out loud. His face was hideous and his heart was burning with rage. All along, he had thought that he was the only successor of Jiu Yuan. However, he had ended up in such a state. Die! The massacring sword monarch's laughter suddenly stopped. Suddenly, his body flashed and he charged towards Fang Chen with all his strength. "I don't need your pity. Either you die or I die." Before the massacring sword monarch came to the reincarnation palace, he had already made a foolproof plan. Although it was out of his expectations that Fang Chen would let him go. However, he still couldn't change his original intention. Dong! The massacring sword monarch's fist landed on Fang Chen's body. The latter didn't block and used his physical strength to take on the massacring sword monarch's fist. He took a few steps back and tried his best to stabilize himself. He lifted his head to look at the massacring sword monarch and said, "Now, we don't owe each other anything." The moment Fang Chen's words left his mouth, both his original body and clone took action. Rumble. There was a deafening sound that resonated across the sky. The massacring sword monarch wasn't a match for Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, he was suppressed by Fang Chen. Absorb. After suppressing the massacring sword monarch, Fang Chen extended his hand and grabbed onto the massacring sword monarch's head. Then, the golden heart in his body started to beat rapidly. A terrifying suction force was instantly released and enveloped the massacring sword monarch. SSSSSSSS. The extremely violent destiny power quickly passed through the palm and entered Fang Chen's body. If it was an ordinary person, their body would have exploded after absorbing such violent destiny power. However, Fang Chen was different. He was the successor of Jiu Yuan. Huff huff huff. The moment the violent destiny power entered his body, it was absorbed by the golden heart. In the blink of an eye, the golden heart went through a huge change. Buzz. After a short while, all the energy in the massacring sword monarch's body was absorbed by Fang Chen. The massacring sword monarch's body fell to the ground and he died. At the same time, the sky was filled with dark clouds and thunder rumbled incessantly. The commotion that occurred above the reincarnation palace shook the entire divine world. The god emperors that were scattered all over lifted their heads and looked in the direction of the reincarnation palace. They were all curious. Who was it that had become an god emperor? Not long ago, God Emperor Ling Shi had appeared in the reincarnation palace. How long had it been since then? Another god emperor had appeared. Who is it? Who has become an god emperor? This was the question that many god emperors were thinking about. Reincarnation Palace, Reincarnation Square. Fang Chen's body was surrounded by the 6 great power of laws. The golden heart in his body was undergoing its final transformation. Whoosh! After the golden heart had refined the power of destiny, the 6 great power of laws had completely merged together and transformed Fang Chen's body. Then, the golden heart left Fang Chen's body. It floated in front of his chest and gradually emitted a gentle golden glow. Did I break through? Fang Chen muttered to himself, his face filled with joy. Under his gaze, the golden heart began to transform and turned into a rich golden aura. Then, the golden aura condensed into a golden imprint. Swoosh! The golden imprint shot into Fang Chen's forehead at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Dong! The power in the golden imprint exploded and spread throughout Fang Chen's body. My physical strength is still increasing. Fang Chen could feel that his physical strength was increasing. Has the golden heart disappeared? Fang Chen had been accompanied by the golden heart all along. Now, the golden heart had disappeared and turned into a golden imprint. All the power in it was injected into his body. Buzz! My cultivation level is increasing. Shio! Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and suddenly began to perform sword dance in the void. The swordsmanship seemed chaotic, but Fang Chen's dance was very fierce and domineering. The 6 great sword moves of the immemorial soul refining technique gathered and formed the strongest sword technique. Performing 6 great sword moves in one breath, Fang Chen felt that the entire world was about to be overturned by him. This was the feeling of a true God Emperor. Dong. After the 6 great sword moves were performed, Fang Chen's sword Dao aura had risen to the limit and was comparable to a cosmos god's aura. It was also at this time that a vibrating sound came from his body. Fang Chen knew that he was a true God Emperor. The free novel app is officially online. The novel app is an exclusive reader designed for novel fans. It gathers a huge amount of novel resources, classifies them carefully, and the layout is clear. The reading effect is excellent. Follow the public on WeChat. GGYY12221. Chapter 2032. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. After the 6 sword moves merged into one, the golden heart that had accompanied Fang Chen for his entire life had also completed its mission. It condensed into a golden mark, and all the power contained within it was completely channeled into Fang Chen's body. Love go little say, Chu Fang Chen's aura continued to rise. An ultimate God Emperor? Outside the plaza, the Vice Hall Master and God Emperor Ling Shi stared at Fang Chen with wide eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Fang Chen's aura was already comparable to an ultimate God Emperor's aura. Moreover, it was still rising. This was a very shocking thing. This is too terrifying. After stepping into the God Emperor realm, he directly jumped into the ranks of the ultimate God Emperors. God Emperor Ling Shi said softly. Although she was calm, her heart was surging with emotions. Rumble. The deafening sound did not stop. After a long time, Fang Chen's body completed the transformation, and the strange phenomenon in the sky gradually disappeared. A new God Emperor had appeared in this golden age. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the void behind him. There was a clone of his there. The Death God Emperor's research on the primordial spirit is very thorough. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. Normally, when a martial artist stepped into the God Emperor realm, they had to completely merge their clone with their original body. Otherwise, the origin of the universe would not allow it. However, the Death God Emperor was able to separate his original body and clone. His research on the primordial spirit had reached the pinnacle. Even the ultimate God Emperors could not compare. After little Shi absorbed the Death God Emperor's talent, she told Fang Chen about his lifetime of research. The latter quickly grasped the mystery and successfully used it in the process of breaking through to the God Emperor realm. Love go little say, Chu as expected, using the Death God Emperor's method, his clone was not rejected by the origin of the universe. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen kept his clone. The cultivation of the doppelganger was still at the Divine Emperor realm. With his current strength, there was no need for him to use his doppelganger. Feeling the power in his body, Fang Chen grinned. The sword-shaped runes around Fang Chen's body had already changed their appearance. The super-strong power contained within them had already been absorbed by Fang Chen's body. The power within the Golden Heart is too vast. This is probably the power that Master Jiu Yuan left for his only successor, right? Fang Chen muttered to himself. He could feel that his physical strength had broken through the limit. It seemed he could challenge the fleshy body of a cosmos god. Of course, this was merely a guess because he had never seen a true cosmos god before. Now that I've gathered all 6 sword moves of the immemorial soul-refining art, my comprehension of the sword Dao has reached its peak. Fang Chen raised his eyes and glanced at the star-concealing sword in his hand. No idea when, the hidden star sword already became a top-grade true god artifact, emitting a powerful pressure. Fang Chen's eyes looked through the star-concealing sword and saw the power released by the Golden Heart. In an instant, Fang Chen understood. All of this was left behind by his master Jiu Yuan, and the only purpose was to increase the strength of his only successor as much as possible. The complete immemorial soul-refining art. I'm afraid no one in the entire God world can resist it, right? Fang Chen curled his lips and laughed. Godly Emperor destruction. No, you're now a God Emperor. The Vice Hall Master clasped his fists towards Fang Chen. God Emperor Ling Shi smiled faintly and said, Congratulations, Big Brother Fang Chen. Hua-la! Many God Emperor projections appeared in the sky above the reincarnation palace. When they found out that the new God Emperor was Godly Emperor Destruction, they were all shocked. I didn't expect the new God Emperor to be Godly Emperor Destruction. Yes, Godly Emperor Destruction. Now that you've become a God Emperor, do you still want to use this title? The one who spoke was God Emperor Xiao Luo. Among the second-tier God Emperors, he was one of the closest to Fang Chen. Hence, he deliberately reminded him. There was already a God Emperor Destruction in the God world. He was the leader of the Beast God clan. If Fang Chen wanted to continue using this title, he would have to fight with God Emperor Destruction. Hearing this, many God Emperors looked at Fang Chen. The latter smiled faintly and said, "My attainments in the Destruction Dao are not as good as God Emperor Destruction's. In the hands of God Emperor Destruction, this title is truly deserved." "Then what's your title from now on?" God Emperor Xiao Luo continued to ask. Every God Emperor would have a special title. This title meant a lot to them. God Emperor title? Fang Chen muttered to himself. He thought of his master Jiyu Yuan. Hua-la! The comprehension of sword principles over the years suddenly surged into his mind. After a long while, Fang Chen smiled brightly. Then, he lifted his gaze and smiled. "I am a sword cultivator and I reached Emperor God Realm through sword principle. Then, my title will be Ancient Sword Emperor." Ancient Sword Emperor had two meanings. Firstly, it was because he had made his fortune in ancient sword land. That remote and weak land had changed his life. It was also his hometown. He had countless relatives and friends and he had many memories there. Secondly, it was because after he had received the complete inheritance of Jiyu Yuan, the sword principle that he had mastered was called Immemorial God Training Skill. Plus, according to the inherited memory, Immemorial God Training Skill was Jiyu Yuan's proudest sword principle divine skill. It was also the strongest divine skill in Divine World. Hence, after combining the 2 points, he chose to call himself Ancient Sword Emperor. Ha ha ha, Ancient Sword Emperor, impressive. God Emperor Xiao Luo laughed and said. Ancient Sword Emperor, when you were in God Emperor realm, you could fight evenly with second-tier Emperor gods. I wonder if you could fight evenly with a strong Emperor God now that you have reached Emperor God realm? An Emperor God expert asked. Yeah, we also want to know how strong you are. God Emperor Xiao Luo looked curious and asked with a smile. Fang Chen smiled faintly and said, I don't know how strong my strongest attack is now, but I can at least confirm one thing. In Divine World, no Emperor God can defeat me. As there was no actual battle, Fang Chen was more humble and he didn't boast. Everyone heard and they were shocked. Fang Chen's meaning was obvious. Although he wasn't the strongest Emperor God in Divine World, no Emperor God could defeat him. It meant that he had already become a strong Emperor God. Congratulations, Ancient Sword Emperor. Ha ha ha, how long has it been since there was a strong Emperor God in Divine World? The pattern of Divine World is about to be broken. Ancient Sword Emperor will definitely leave his name in history. Many Emperor Gods congratulated Fang Chen. Then, they gradually left Reincarnation Palace. Brother Fang Chen is so powerful. You just broke through to Emperor God realm and you have already crossed the 3rd level to become a strong Emperor God. Ling Er giggled and said. Ling Er, don't make fun of me, Fang Chen said. It's all thanks to Sister Ling Er's help in reincarnation that I could break through so easily. He killed the successor of Destiny System and received the complete inheritance of Jiyu Yuan. Unknowingly, Fang Chen was already standing at the peak of Divine World. In a few days, the entire Divine World had heard the news. Those from the younger generation who had once competed with Fang Chen were sad when they heard the news. The person who was once very close to them had now become a strong Emperor God. It was a huge blow to them. Those who had fallen into panic because of the large-scale war launched by Holy Light Religion finally found a glimmer of hope. They believed that under the leadership of the 11 strong Emperor Gods, Divine World would definitely regain its peace. Fang Chen stayed in Reincarnation Palace for a few days. Little Mouse and the other 3 were cultivating in Reincarnation Pagoda and had never come out. One day, Fang Chen's mind suddenly shook, and he was immediately overjoyed. His master had come out of seclusion, and he immediately found Ling Er. Ling Er, I have to return to Heavenly Bone Palace for some matters. Thank you for taking care of my 4 companions, Fang Chen said. Brother Fang Chen, don't worry. They will be fine in our reincarnation palace, Ling Er said with a smile. Then I'm relieved. After saying that, Fang Chen took a step forward, tore through the void, and disappeared. While the entire divine world was talking about ancient Sword Emperor, in the Holy Light Religion's lair in the easternmost land, the vice sect leader paced back and forth, anxious and angry. Damn it, he actually broke through to Emperor God realm. The vice sect leader said in a deep voice, and according to the information, he directly crossed to the 3rd level and became a strong Emperor God. I don't believe it. No matter how monstrous he is, it's impossible to cross to the level of a strong Emperor God. It must be a smoke bomb released by the human race to prevent us from sneak attacking. Chapter 2033. Genius 1 second. Remember love go little? We provide you with exciting novels to read. After hurriedly returning to the Heavenly Bone Palace, he quickly met his master, the Bone Progenitor. The Bone Progenitor gave Fang Chen a feeling that he had become unfathomable. You broke through? Fang Chen's eyes lit up as he asked. The Bone Progenitor shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's not that easy. I just took a small step. The Bone Progenitor cultivated the space-time shape modification system. This system was usually hidden, and the only thing that left a deep impression on people was its means of escape. However, when the space-time shape modification system reached its peak, the power contained within would suddenly erupt. Therefore, the Bone Progenitor was not anxious at all. He was accumulating power, and accumulating it. As soon as he came out of seclusion, he heard the news that his disciple had stepped into the Emperor God realm. As his master, he was very happy and immediately transmitted a message to Fang Chen. You, on the other hand, gave me a big surprise. The Bone Progenitor grinned. Every time he saw his little disciple, he felt very happy. Back then on the stairway to heaven, I thought you. The Bone Progenitor stopped halfway and shook his head, unwilling to recall those painful memories. Then he changed the topic. There are rumors in the realm of the gods that you have stepped into the Emperor God realm. I want to test your strength. No problem, Fang Chen said. Buzz. The aura around the Bone Progenitor's body shook. He looked at his disciple and said, attack me with all your strength. Master, be careful, Fang Chen reminded him. Dong. Fang Chen accumulated all the power in his body, gathered it on his fist, and then punched out. Wherever his fist passed, the space shattered and collapsed. His fist was as dazzling as the stars in the night sky, shining brightly. What a strong power! The Bone Progenitor sensed the power in Fang Chen's fist and did not dare to be careless. He quickly punched out as well. The master and disciple's fists fiercely collided, and immediately, a terrifying power swept over. The Bone Progenitor felt a strong impact on his body and could not help but take a few steps back. After stabilizing his body, the Bone Progenitor stared at Fang Chen with wide eyes. Your physical strength has surpassed the 10 Emperor Gods, the Bone Progenitor evaluated. In the future, with more training, you will be comparable to a cosmos god. Ancestor Bone was very gratified. Just the power of his disciple's fleshly body had already surpassed the 10 strongest god emperors. What did this mean? This meant that his disciple would be able to escape unscathed from the hands of the 10 strongest emperor gods by relying on defense alone. Moreover, in a real battle, he wouldn't just stand there stupidly and allow the other emperor gods to attack him. I remember that you specialize in swordsmanship. Show it to me and let me experience it, Ancestor Bone said. Master, this sword Dao divine skill of mine is a little too powerful. Be careful, Fang Chen warned. Don't worry, I, your master, am the #1 god emperor in the entire god realm in terms of escaping. If I can't withstand it, I'll dodge it. Ancestor Bone chuckled. Seeing this, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword. Top-grade true god weapon? The Bone Progenitor's face was filled with shock. In the entire deity world, no one could refine a top-grade true god weapon. All along, the number of top-grade true god weapons had been fixed, with each emperor god having one. However, a few years ago, Fang Chen's Titan Pagoda had given the deity world another top-grade true god weapon. Who would have thought that even his weapon had become a top-grade true god weapon? At this moment, the bone progenitor's face finally became serious. He did not dare to be careless in front of his disciple. Immemorial Soul Refining Technique. Fang Chen used the Immemorial Soul Refining Technique's Destruction Sword Technique. This was the sword technique with the strongest attack power among the 6 major sword techniques. Rumble. Once the Destruction Sword Technique was used, the entire Sky Bone Palace seemed to be enveloped by a layer of terrifying destruction aura. The destruction aura condensed into a terrifying destruction sword light that slashed towards the bone progenitor. Limitless Void. The bone progenitor used his own unique technique. He stretched out his hand and it suddenly expanded. He then grabbed at the void and an extremely dense space-time energy appeared in his palm. Then, he rolled the space-time energy into a ball and threw it at the destruction sword light. Catcher. The destruction sword light did not hesitate. It slashed open the space-time light ball and hit the bone progenitor's body. Crash. The bone progenitor's figure faded and finally disappeared. When the destruction sword light dissipated, the bone progenitor reappeared on the spot. However, his face was filled with astonishment. His disciple had given him too many surprises. Your swordsmanship is really impressive. Even I would not dare to face it head-on, the bone progenitor praised. Master, Fang Chen smiled and said, actually, this is only the first move of my divine sword technique. There are a total of 6 moves. If all 6 moves are used together, the attack power can be increased by at least 10 times. In front of his master, Fang Chen did not hide anything and directly told him the truth. Hearing this, the bone progenitor was instantly dumbfounded. After a long time, the bone progenitor woke up from the shock. He opened his eyes wide and carefully observed Fang Chen. Amazing, really amazing. The bone progenitor gave Fang Chen a thumbs up and said, according to what you said, your strength has completely surpassed the 10 great emperor gods. Even the swordless emperor god is no match for you. Thinking of this, the bone progenitor became even more excited. Back then, due to the strength of the Holy Light Religion, we signed a 10,000-year truce with the Holy Light Religion. Previously, I was still worried about how we would fight against the Holy Light Religion after 10,000 years. Now, I am not worried at all, the bone progenitor said with a smile. With your current strength, it is more than enough to deal with the Holy Light Religion. Your strength is worthy of being the number 1 person in the heavenly realm, the bone progenitor said. No, it should be said that you are the strongest emperor god in this universe era. Master, you are overpraising me, Fang Chen said modestly. The bone progenitor waved his hand. You don't have to be humble. You deserve such praise. However what? Fang Chen asked. However, don't reveal your strongest strength for the time being. Wait until the final battle with the Holy Light Religion. Then, unleash your full strength and destroy the Holy Light Religion in one fell swoop, the bone progenitor said. Fang Chen nodded. Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to Emperor Swordless Disciple. 3 emperor gods in one sect. God knows how many people in the heavenly realm have bragged about it. I, the bone progenitor, am not any worse than him. Although I only have 1 emperor god disciple, this disciple of mine is comparable to the 10 most powerful emperor gods, Extreme North, Holy Light Religion's lair. Fang Chen had become an emperor god. Although he did not believe that the latter was the most powerful emperor god, he was still an emperor god. However, he was an emperor god after all. It was too difficult to assassinate an emperor god. Recently, he heard that the bone progenitor had come out of seclusion. Therefore, he gave up on this idea and prepared to inform the Holy Light Religion's leader. On this day, the vice-hierarch came to the forbidden area. Just as he was about to report to the hierarch, he felt a tremor. The sky and earth were spinning as if the end of the world had arrived. What's going on? After a brief moment of panic, a hint of joy appeared in the vice-hierarch's dark eyes. He stared straight into the forbidden area. Could it be that the hierarch has made a breakthrough? The vice-hierarch was overjoyed. Dong! A thunderous sound rang in the forbidden area. Then, a shocking aura swept across the entire Holy Light Religion's lair. There was a shocking change in the forbidden area. The vice-hierarch stood quietly. He did not dare to disturb the hierarch for fear of disrupting the hierarch's breakthrough. This shocking commotion lasted for a full hour. Creak. The door of the forbidden area opened. Thick smoke surged out. A figure shrouded in dark aura walked out. Greetings, hierarch. The vice-hierarch knelt on the ground and shouted. The hierarch of Holy Light's aura was extremely powerful. The vice-hierarch's heart trembled. He did not dare to look directly at the hierarch. What's going on in the divine world recently? The hierarch of Holy Light's eerie voice rang out. Hierarch, 2 emperor gods have appeared in the divine world recently. One of them is Emperor God Ling Shi from the Reincarnation Palace. She is not a threat. However, the other emperor god deserves our attention. The vice-hierarch said. Oh. The other emperor god is the demon-like genius of the human race, Godly Emperor Destruction. A few years ago, he passed through the Reincarnation Palace and stepped into the Emperor God realm. He even killed the massacring Sword Emperor. The vice-hierarch said truthfully. Moreover, according to the news from the divine world, this person had just reached the Emperor God realm. However, he had already jumped 3 levels and entered the ranks of the strongest emperor gods. Entered the ranks of the strongest emperor gods. Is this news true? The hierarch of Holy Light asked. I don't know. However, there is a high possibility that the human race is trying to confuse us. The vice-hierarch said. Chapter 2034. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? We will provide you with fascinating novels to read. Actually, during the conversation with Sacred Light Religion Leader, the Sacred Light Religion Leader had always been puzzled. The Vice-Sect Master had always been wondering if the Sect Master had broken through. If not, why did he leave closed-door cultivation in advance? This was related to the grand plan of the Sacred Light Religion, and he could not ignore it. But soon, the religious leader gave him an answer. I can feel the shackles of the origin source of the cosmos. There seems to have been a huge change in the world, and there is a strong suppression. Breaking through to the cosmos God realm in this world is harder than ascending the heavens. Sacred Light Religion Leader said, but fortunately, I have fused all the previous absolute arts together, forming a new divine technique. This divine technique complemented with my weapon, allowing me to unleash the power of a cosmos god temporarily. Amen. Hearing that, the Sacred Light Religion Leader felt joy in his heart. Even though he could only unleash the power of a cosmos god temporarily, it was sufficient to sweep across the entire deity world. Congratulations, religious leader, for unifying the deity world. The Sacred Light Religion Leader hurriedly congratulated. There is no rush. Wait until the ceasefire agreement expires, and I will immediately launch a large-scale attack on the deity world. By then, those god emperors who are against me will have to die. The Sacred Light Religion Leader said. Yes, religious leader. The Sacred Light Religion Leader said with a smile. The Sacred Light Religion Leader leaving closed-door cultivation was like a calming pill to everyone. The atmosphere was high. It's just that, because they had made a martial Tao oath, they could not attack the deity world for the next 10,000 years. The deity world was as peaceful as before. After adding 2 more god emperors, God Emperor Ling Shi and Ancient Sword Emperor, the Massacre Sword Emperor and Death God Emperor had fallen. Counting in this way, the number of god emperors remained unchanged. The following days were considered the calm before the storm. The bone progenitor's strength had reached a bottleneck, and he could not improve in this short period. Thus, he decided not to enter closed-door cultivation. After coming out, he personally taught the younger generation of the Skybone Palace. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, several years had passed. Love go little say W, Chu as time passed, little Shi-Er's growth speed became faster. Currently, little Shi-Er's strength was not weaker than the strongest god emperors. Even though she was not as strong as her father, she was still quite strong. Of course, other than Fang Chen and Star and Moon, no one else knew about this. There was only a short period of time left before little Shi-Er reached adulthood. This was good news for Fang Chen. The moment little Shi-Er reached adulthood, she would definitely step into the cosmos god realm. By then, the crisis of the divine realm would be easily resolved. Now, the younger generation of the Skybone Palace's disciples had matured. The three godly kings chosen by Fang Chen back then were even more outstanding. Of course, what shocked everyone the most was Fang Chen's unique insight. Back then, he had stood his ground against the opinions of the masses and excluded divine King Wu Tai from the three spots. He had chosen Mu Xian, who no one thought highly of. It turned out that Fang Chen's eyes were really sharp. Over the years, Mu Xian's transformation was the greatest among the three, and her achievements were also the highest. Not long ago, during the disciple exchange, Mu Xian defeated the Extreme Tiger Divine King and the Azure Divine King and became the strongest Divine Emperor of the Celestial Bone Palace. Now, Mu Xian was the head of the 36 inner palace elders of the Celestial Bone Palace. Divine King Wu Tai, who had competed with her in the past, was no longer as high-spirited as before. He was still trapped in the godly king realm and could not even cross this barrier. The genius of the past was no longer a genius. Naturally, the people's focus would not be placed on him. Now, in the conversations of the people of the Celestial Bone Palace, most of them would talk about Mu Xian. Even the limelight of the Extreme Tiger Divine King and the Azure Divine King was completely overshadowed by Mu Xian. In an elegant courtyard, there were mountains, rivers, and pavilions. The surroundings were verdant and lush. The overall layout was somewhat similar to the style of Earth. Everything was arranged according to Fang Chen's request. He liked this layout very much. And this independent courtyard was also the place where he lived with his wife and daughter. By the side of the pond, Tian Xin and little Shi-Er were playing. The current little Shi-Er was already a graceful little beauty. She was no longer the little wimpy kid who chased her senior brother around to play. Shi-Er, I am going to cultivate. Tian Xin said. No, senior brother, you have to play with me. I am about to die from boredom. Moreover, with me, your junior sister, protecting you, in the entire divine realm, who can hurt you? Little Shi-Er said with a smile. You are already a godly emperor at such a young age. As for me, after cultivating for so long, I am only a godly king. And this is also because Master has poured a lot of effort into me. I cannot disappoint Master's expectations. Tian Xin said with a bitter face. What he was most afraid of now was his junior sister. As long as she saw him, she would pester him to play with her. I don't care, little Shia snorted. The fish in the pond swam around, splashing up waves from time to time. In the middle of the pond, there was a pavilion. In the pavilion, Fang Chen and Qing Hu were playing chess. Brother Fang, what game are you playing? It is really fun. Qing Hu picked up a horse on the chessboard and played a sun character. Then, he jumped to Fang Chen's side. This is called Chinese chess. It is very interesting. Fang Chen glanced at Qing Hu's movements and immediately knew his intentions. Then, he picked up the chariot that he had hidden long ago and moved to the front of the horse, making it difficult for the horse to advance or retreat. Ha ha ha. After making this move, Fang Chen laughed loudly. Ever since he became a godly emperor, Fang Chen also understood. Sometimes, immersing oneself in cultivation would not solve the problem. When appropriate, one should adjust one's state of mind and spend more time with one's family and friends. Chinese chess was a card game that Fang Chen used to play on Earth. Back then, Fang Chen was very good at it and even won the provincial championship. Unfortunately, he never had the time. Now that he finally remembered, he taught it to Qing Hu. Qing Hu was addicted to learning it and often came to Fang Chen to play. I lost again. After a while, Qing Hu surrendered and said helplessly, Brother Fang, your chess skills are too good. When can I catch up to you? This thing requires comprehension. Fang Chen said, how's your recent research? Qing Hu knew that Fang Chen was asking him about his research on puppets. I have already studied the godly emperor-level puppets you gave me. I have gained a lot. I am doing an experiment. Once I succeed, I may be able to control the godly emperor-level puppets directly, Qing Hu said. Actually, you can work on the puppets' weaknesses. It will be easier that way, Fang Chen said casually. The speaker did not mean it, but the listener meant it. Buzz. Qing Hu's mind shook. Immediately, He stood up and patted his head. That's right. Why didn't I think of this problem? He was overjoyed. The problem that had troubled them for a long time seemed to have been solved. Brother Fang, I will go back first. I will come and play with you when I have time. After saying that, Ching Hu disappeared. Looking at Ching Hu's disappearing back, Fang Chen smiled. Rumble. At this moment, there was a shocking aura in the pavilion. Is she going to break through? Fang Chen rejoiced. He took a big step forward and arrived before the pavilion. Father, is my mother going to break through? Little Xia also quickly came to her father's side. Master's wife is finally going to break through, Tianxin said. Fang Chen's consciousness covered the entire pavilion, paying attention to every movement inside. He could feel that Star and Moon's body was undergoing a huge change. Yu has inherited the legacy of God Emperor Xian Feng. After breaking through to the God Emperor realm, her strength is at least on par with the second stage, Fang Chen said to himself. Soon, the situation here alarmed the Heavenly Bone Palace. The Bone Progenitor also came. When he found out that Star and Moon was about to break through, he could not close his mouth. A family with 3 God Emperors. This is even more shocking than the South Tomb Sword Palace having 3 God Emperors. The Bone Progenitor laughed. Grandmaster, didn't you say you were going to bring me to the lower realm to play? Seeing the Bone Progenitor, little Xia blinked and smiled. The Bone Progenitor stumbled and hid far away. He was really afraid of this weird little girl. Boom! The shocking aura disappeared. Star and Moon walked out of the pavilion. How did it go? Fang Chen asked. It went very smoothly. Star and Moon's fair face had a hint of a smile. Her husband and daughter had both stepped into the God Emperor realm. Now, she had finally become one. That's great. Our family of 3 is now God Emperors. Let's see who dares to bully us in the God realm. Little Xia hugged Star and Moon's arm and giggled. Hearing this, the Bone Progenitor twitched his mouth. Even if your mother did not break through, no one would dare to bully your family. A mobile app launched by this website. It provides you with rich novel resources and supports web-free reading to save mobile data. Sheng Wangle. Chapter 2035. Geniuses remember love in 1 second. We provide you with interesting novels to read. The status quo that had been maintained for hundreds of millions of years was finally broken. The realm of the gods had truly entered its golden age. Geniuses came out in large numbers and competed with each other. Especially the generation that had competed with Fang Chen, they had unknowingly become the backbone of the realm of the gods. Most of them had become divine kings, and some of them had even become divine emperors. However, it was still very difficult to enter the divine emperor realm. Until now, only Linga had broken through to the divine emperor realm. A family with 3 divine emperors. This was the first time in this era, and it was a grand occasion. For this reason, the Bone Progenitor held a banquet to celebrate Fang Chen's family of 3. Even Fang Chen, who didn't like crowds, gladly accepted the Bone Progenitor's decision. He was now considered a reputable figure in the realm of the gods, and he needed to build up his reputation and that of the Palace of Gods. This banquet let the entire realm of the gods know of the Palace of Gods foundation. Including the Bone Progenitor and the Vice Palace Master, there were a total of 5 divine emperors. Moreover, there was the ancient Sword Emperor among them. The Palace of Gods was now no weaker than the South Tomb Sword Palace, and had even become the leader of the 7 top forces. While the banquet was going on, all the divine emperors came to celebrate. Other than the Bone Progenitor, the 9 strongest divine emperors also came out of seclusion. Whoosh! Above the Palace of Gods, the 9 strongest divine emperors' projections descended. Other than a few divine emperors, ordinary experts couldn't see the Bone Progenitor's projection at all. Bone Progenitor, congratulations. The Taishu Divine Emperor and the Tianjin Divine Emperor congratulated. They had a good relationship with the Bone Progenitor, and they were happy to see the Palace of Gods flourishing. The Time Divine Emperor and the Space Divine Emperor kept their eyes on Fang Chen. Both of their eyes were filled with astonishment. The space-time aura on Fang Chen's body made them feel fear. Fang Chen. Sure enough, God Emperor Swordless still made things difficult for Fang Chen. Back then, you foiled my plans and killed my disciple. Are you going to give me an explanation now? Swordless God Emperor said coldly. Oh. What explanation do you, God Emperor Swordless, want? Fang Chen sneered and shrugged. The young girl beside Fang Chen, Fang Shi, said disdainfully, You swordsman, don't bully my father. Our clan has 3 God Emperors. How many God Emperors does your South Tomb Sword Palace have? Everyone looked at Emperor Shi, who had made a name for himself at a young age, with great interest. Speaking of Emperor Shi, even the 10 strongest God Emperors couldn't help but sigh. They carefully observed Empress Shi and couldn't sense any special aura from her. Even her physique didn't seem particularly outstanding. However, such a minor character had become an emperor at the age of 3. This was a very frightening thing. No one could understand it even after racking their brains. Swordless God Emperor was enraged by Monarch Shi's mockery. A little girl dares to talk to me like this. What's the use of numbers? In my eyes, there's nothing to fear even if your family of 3 teamed up, Swordless God Emperor said coldly. Hearing this, Fang Shi wanted to say something but was stopped by Fang Chen. Leave this to me, Fang Chen said. Swordless God Emperor's hatred for him was bone deep. Back in the Sword Tomb, he had unintentionally ruined Swordless God Emperor's plan, causing his painstaking plan to go up in flames. Since then, Swordless God Emperor had been scheming to kill him. Luckily, God Emperor Destruction appeared, otherwise, he would have been dead. Fang Chen also had some killing intent towards Swordless God Emperor. Swordless, today is my Sky Bone Palace's big day. Are you going to ruin it? Bone Progenitor said solemnly. Bone Progenitor, a life for a life, a debt must be repaid. Fang Chen has a grudge against me, how can I sit by and do nothing? Swordless God Emperor's attitude was clear and he didn't hide his killing intent. In fact, he didn't need to hide it. After defeating God Emperor Destruction, he became the #1 God Emperor in the Divine Realm. Facing Bone Progenitor, he wouldn't be polite. Swordless God Emperor, you originally had the chance to kill me. However, you wasted it. Now you want to kill me? I can only tell you that you can't do it, Fang Chen said calmly. His words were filled with confidence, he wasn't afraid of Swordless God Emperor's threat. Swordless, we have to work together to deal with Holy Light Religion. Your grudge can wait until Holy Light Religion is destroyed. God Emperor Destruction advised. This kid is arrogant, if I don't teach him a lesson. How can I, Swordless God Emperor, establish myself in the Divine Realm in the future? Swordless God Emperor said coldly, You don't have to say any more, I won't kill him, just teach him a lesson. Hearing Swordless God Emperor's words, everyone stopped talking. Their gazes fell on Fang Chen, waiting for Fang Chen's decision. Teach me a lesson? Fang Chen sneered, I also want to know, why are you called the #1 God Emperor in the Divine Realm? Fang Chen's words made all the God Emperors exclaim. Was he young and frivolous, or was he really confident in dealing with Swordless God Emperor? Fang Chen's words meant that he wanted to challenge the #1 God Emperor in the Divine Realm. Good, very good. I hope that when we fight later, you'll be as tough as you are now. As soon as Emperor God Swordless said that, his figure shot upwards. Let's go and watch the show. Fang Chen brought Fang Shi and Star and Moon and followed closely behind. The other absolute emperor gods also followed behind. There was a tacit understanding between god emperors. Unless it was a life and death battle, the battlefield would usually be in the sky. The destructive power of a battle between god emperors was too great. Back then, the battle had sunk the entire easternmost land. Hence, they didn't want to destroy the land of the divine realm. This time, the battlefield was in the sky, in front of the rule stairway. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Violent true god power swept across the entire sky. God Emperor Swordless stepped on a cloud, his dark eyes staring at Fang Chen. The latter was also staring at God Emperor Swordless, their invisible auras confronting each other. In the distance, the Bone Progenitor, Star and Moon, and Fang Shi were together. With Fang Chen's strength, even if he can't win, he'll be fine, the Bone Progenitor said softly. My father will definitely defeat that shameless swordsman, Fang Shi said. Star and Moon, who was at the side, also nodded gently. She believed in her husband. I'll only use one sword. If you can take it, I won't find trouble with you for 10,000 years, God Emperor Swordless said with confidence in his strength. Fang Chen waved his hand. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Let me do it first. The moment Fang Chen said that, he pulled out the hidden star sword. The absolute God Emperors in the distance exclaimed. He already had the Herculean pagoda. Now, he had a second supreme grade true God weapon. Amazing. Everyone gave him a thumbs up and complimented him. In the battlefield, the situation suddenly changed. Fang Chen's body exploded with a vast sword Dao aura. Then, he shook his wrist and waved the hidden star sword. Dong. The entire sky was trembling, and a sword light with a completely different aura suddenly shot out with a whistling sound. When the 6 sword lights came into contact, the absolute God Emperors felt suffocated. What kind of divine skill is this? Someone exclaimed. God Emperor Destruction also opened his eyes wide as he watched the battle. Kill. Fang Chen roared. The hidden star sword controlled the 6 sword lights, as if it was going to destroy the entire universe, and attacked God Emperor Swordless. Huh! God Emperor Swordless frowned. He immediately displayed his strongest absolute art. One could see him waving his sword rapidly. When the sword lights in the sky clashed against each other, they directly destroyed the void. Catcher. The sword light of God Emperor Swordless was shattered. The 6 sword lights carried an aura comparable to that of a cosmos god. They bombarded the sword chi light screen around God Emperor Swordless. Deng deng deng. Under the continuous bombardment of the 6 sword lights, cracks appeared on the sword chi light screen. God Emperor Swordless roared. He spread out his hands, and a terrifying sword chi was injected into the sword chi light screen. His body could not help but retreat a few steps. The explosive force from the sword chi light screen engulfed the 6 sword lights and devoured them. The entire sky was shaking. Everyone's gaze landed on God Emperor Swordless. Do you still want to continue fighting? Fang Chen's voice sounded calmly. At this moment, the expression of God Emperor Swordless changed. His hatred towards Fang Chen was overwhelming. Damn, God Emperor Swordless cursed. The absolute God Emperors in the distance were all shocked. It's too strong. If it were us, we definitely wouldn't be able to withstand that terrifying sword light just now. The app reader of this site is online. The reader supports free online reading and offline reading. It's a must-have for novel reading lovers. Free novel reading. Zuoping Shuji download the mobile app. Chapter 2036. Genius remembers love in 1 second small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. What was the point of fighting? The Holy Light religion was still alive, so Emperor God Swordless couldn't attack at will. More so, he couldn't kill Fang Chen. Besides testing each other, such a battle was meaningless. Moreover, after the battle with Fang Chen, Emperor God Swordless wasn't confident. The latter's increase in strength was beyond his expectation. A ripple appeared in his heart, and his eyes were filled with a complicated expression. Temph, I'll let you be proud for a while. Emperor God Swordless said to himself, it's difficult for me to destroy the Holy Light religion alone, so I need your help. After I destroy the Holy Light religion, it will be your end. In fact, in Emperor God Swordless' heart, the Holy Light religion master was his #1 enemy. If he could borrow Fang Chen's strength to destroy the Holy Light religion master. By then, with his attainments in swordsmanship, it would be easy for him to deal with Fang Chen. Thinking of this, Emperor God Swordless snorted, and without another word, his projection dissipated. Seeing this, Bone Progenitor's eyes were filled with joy. Once upon a time, his dream was to fight head-on, defeat Emperor God of Destruction, and become the strongest Emperor God in the divine realm. However, one day, Emperor God Swordless came out of seclusion, suppressed Emperor God of Destruction, and became the new strongest Emperor God in the divine realm. Since then, Bone Progenitor thought that one day, he would defeat Emperor God Swordless. However, now, he felt like he was in a dream. Although he didn't force Emperor God Swordless to retreat, he felt very excited, and his blood was boiling, as if he had returned to his younger days. I, Bone Progenitor, actually have such a disciple, Ha ha ha. Bone progenitor laughed, and didn't hide his excitement. The other strongest emperor gods also clasped their fists and congratulated Bone progenitor for being able to force Emperor God Swordless to retreat in a head-on battle. Ancient Sword Emperor's strength had surpassed them by a large margin. At the current stage, the 11 strongest emperor gods were divided into ranks. There was no doubt that Ancient Sword Emperor and Emperor God Swordless were the 2 strongest emperor gods. As for the other 9 emperor gods, they were slightly weaker. Looking at this person whom they had once regarded as a junior, they felt rather helpless in their hearts. Cultivation time did not represent one's strength. Only potential, perception, and a combination of all other aspects could determine the ultimate height of growth and the speed of growth. Ancient Sword Emperor, I am not your match. The title of Godly Emperor Destruction should be yours. Godly Emperor Destruction walked in front of Fang Chen and admired Fang Chen from the bottom of his heart. Fang Chen waved his hand and grinned. The title of God Emperor of Destruction suits you better. I feel that the title of Ancient Sword Emperor is pretty good. Moreover, a title was just a code name for a name. So what if he had the title of Godly Emperor of Laws? It doesn't mean that one's strength is super strong. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the other emperor gods of law nodded their heads. Admirable. As expected of the most monstrous genius of this universe era. Truly powerful. Your current strength is about the same as God Emperor Swordless, with you 2 super strong God Emperors around. With the 2 of you 2 and the 9 of us assisting you, it will be more than enough to annihilate Holy Light Religion in the war 10,000 years later. After finding out about Fang Chen's power, the strongest emperor gods felt exceptionally refreshed. Especially Godly Emperor Tianjin, he even invited Fang Chen to visit the Tianjin aristocratic family when he had the time to talk about his understanding of arrays. Godly Emperor Tianjin, I will definitely visit when I have the time. Fang Chen cupped his fists and said. It's true that the new generation excels the old. Our generation is already old. If we don't speed up our cultivation, we will be left far behind by the latecomers. Godly Emperor Destruction sighed. After bidding farewell to Bone Progenitor and Fang Chen, his projection dissipated. The other absolute emperor gods also left. There were less than 10,000 years left. They still had enough time to make preparations. Due to the sudden emergence of Ancient Sword Emperor, they were more confident in dealing with Holy Light Religion. Actually, Fang Chen wasn't worried about dealing with Holy Light Religion at all. Not to mention 10,000 years, as long as he had a few more years, the Divine Realm would enter a period of peace. Xia was already in her teens. She would enter adulthood in another 2 to 3 years. Love go little say Wk the moment she reached adulthood, Xia would become a cosmos god. By then, would they still be afraid of Holy Light Religion? Within the Heavenly Bone Palace, the banquet continued. Fang Chen's family of 3 was accompanying some old friends and chatting. As time went by, Qinghu and Tian Xin's strength gradually increased. The Heavenly Bone Palace was thriving and developing smoothly. In addition to the war fortress left behind by Fang Chen, it had vaguely become the leader of the 7 apex superpowers in the Divine Realm. After the banquet, Fang Chen was truly recognized by the emperor gods. The name of Ancient Sword Emperor resounded across the entire universe. After stepping into the God Emperor realm, Fang Chen continued cultivating every day. Occasionally, he would play chess with Qinghu and guide Tian Xin's cultivation. Of course, because of Fang Chen's favor, Mu Xian, who had been nurtured by the Heavenly Bone Palace, would also come to consult Fang Chen from time to time. It was not easy to get the guidance of Ancient Sword Emperor. Mu Xian would naturally not miss such an opportunity. On a certain day, Fang Chen was cultivating when he suddenly opened his eyes. Mn. Fang Chen frowned. He felt that the talisman he gave Mu Xian had shattered. With Mu Xian's strength, unless she met a God Emperor, it is impossible for her to be in mortal danger. Fang Chen pondered inwardly. That time when I gave her the talisman, I told her that if she met a God Emperor, she could just take out the talisman and they would give her some face. Mu Xian doesn't seem like a reckless person. Unless she really met with danger. Mu Xian crushed the talisman. Fang Chen left an imprint on it, allowing him to sense Mu Xian's approximate location. Yi. Fang Chen sensed for a moment, and his expression changed slightly as he let out a soft exclamation of surprise. I can't sense Mu Xian's exact location? That's strange. Fang Chen stood up abruptly. He was even more curious now. The most famous places in the realm of gods were the 5 most dangerous places. Other than that, there was no place that a god emperor couldn't sense. And now, Fang Chen could only sense that Mu Xian's approximate location was in the North Sea. As for her exact location, he didn't know. I'm going out. Fang Chen transmitted his voice to Yu. Then, he tore through the void and left the heavenly bone palace. Not long after Fang Chen disappeared, Fang Shi suddenly appeared with a mischievous smile on her face. Father, where are you going? Then, she tore through the void and quietly followed Fang Chen. Fang Chen's attainments in the spacetime cultivation system were very high. In the entire realm of gods, other than the bone progenitor, there was probably no one who could compare to him. However, they neglected one person. That was Emperor Shi. The all-fusion body wasn't an exaggeration. Even in the chaos void, it was very famous. After interacting with Fang Chen for more than 10 years, Xia had secretly absorbed her father's talent. After a few years of research, she also understood a lot about the spacetime cultivation system. Therefore, there was no problem in following him secretly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Fang Chen's speed was extremely fast. His body turned into a ray of light. In the blink of an eye, he left the Heavenly Bone Palace territory and entered the Great Void Palace territory. In the Great Void Palace, the Great Void Emperor was teaching his disciples. Suddenly, he felt the Ancient Sword Emperor's aura. Ancient Sword Emperor. The Great Void Emperor transmitted his voice. Great Void Emperor, I'm just passing by the Great Void Palace. Don't worry about me, Fang Chen said. The Great Void Emperor nodded and continued to teach his disciples. Soon, Fang Chen passed through the Great Void Palace territory and arrived at the North Sea. It seems to be deep in the North Sea. Fang Chen continued to sense the aura emitted by the imprint he left behind. 3 days later, Fang Chen stopped in the sky above a sea. The aura left behind by my imprint is within a radius of 10,000 miles. Fang Chen frowned. He could only sense that the place where Mu Xian met with an accident was within a radius of 10,000 miles. However, he couldn't sense the exact location. What's going on? Fang Chen's consciousness spread out and covered a radius of 10,000 miles. He checked inch by inch, but he didn't find anything. I've searched everywhere, but I didn't find any traces. The more it was like this, the more curious Fang Chen was. What in the world was it that could actually obstruct his divine sense? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In a certain void, Fang Shi caught up. He hid in the dark and secretly looked at his father. Father, what are you looking for? Fang Shi was very curious. At this moment, a fiery gaze shot over. Fang Shi had a helpless look on her face as she walked out of the void with her head lowered. She knew that she had been discovered by her father. Are you still using the web version to read novels? Are you still troubled by the advertisement? If you're out, please use it. Chapter 2037. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. She thought she would be reprimanded by her father, but the result was unexpected. Love go little say web w. When Fang Chen saw his precious daughter, his stiff face softened a little. He waved to her and said, Xia, try and see if you can find anything unusual in this 10,000 miles territory. His daughter had a myriad fusion body and was born as a divine emperor. In some ways, she should be much stronger than her father. Therefore, when Fang Chen saw his daughter, he wanted her to try. Perhaps there would be unexpected gains. Father, what are you looking for? Fang Shi looked up and asked. The life-saving token I gave Mu Xian shattered. Based on the aura of the token, I traced it here. However, I can't sense Mu Xian's true location. I can only roughly confirm that she is in this 10,000 miles territory. Fang Chen said, I also checked carefully just now. There is nothing unusual. It's a little unbelievable. When Fang Shi heard this, she nodded gently and closed her eyes. Her divine sense spread out and enveloped the entire 10,000 miles territory of the North Sea. She began to search. At the same time, Fang Chen continued to increase his efforts to search for Muxian's whereabouts. Nothing unusual. After a while, Fang Shi frowned slightly in surprise. However, she didn't believe it and continued to search. Father's senses can't be wrong. Muxian must be in this 10,000 miles territory. Could she be hiding in some independent space? After thinking carefully, Fang Shi continued a new round of searching. This time, she didn't rush to cover the entire 10,000 miles territory. Instead, she carefully searched one place at a time. The focus of the search was the depths of the North Sea. Splash! Turbulent waves constantly rose on the surface of the sea. The father and daughter were searching wholeheartedly. They searched almost the entire seabed but still didn't find anything. Fang Chen's expression became even more serious. A place that even he couldn't find was really too strange. What kind of danger had Muxian encountered? Fang Chen could feel that Muxian was still alive and not dead. If that was the case, then she must still be within the domain. What happened? Fang Chen could not figure it out. He shook his head. However, at this moment, Fang Shi spoke. Father, I found something strange. Hearing Fang Shi's voice, Fang Chen hurried over and asked, "Where's the anomaly?" "Father, do you see a 7-colored flower on a reef thousands of kilometers away at the bottom of the sea?" Fang Shi pointed forward. Following Fang Shi's finger, Fang Chen saw the colorful flower on the reef deep in the sea, but he didn't find anything unusual. "Are you saying that there's something wrong with this 7-colored flower?" Fang Chen asked. His daughter's primordial spirit was indeed stronger than his. Perhaps his daughter would be able to discover what he had not discovered. Fang Shi shook his head and continued, "There's nothing wrong with the 7-colored flower. What really made me feel strange was the insignificant stone fragment in the stamen." Stone fragment? Fang Chen's consciousness enveloped the 7-colored flower and suddenly found a tiny stone fragment that was almost invisible to the naked eye sprinkled in the stamen. Is there something wrong with the stone fragment? Previously, his consciousness had also scanned the stone fragment and didn't find anything wrong. "I vaguely feel that there seems to be energy overflowing from inside the stone fragment," Fang Shi said in a low voice. "Let's go down and take a look." The father and daughter quickly dived into the depths of the sea and came in front of the 7-colored flower. The 7-colored flower bloomed beautifully. On the main flower, there was a bud waiting to bloom. There was a lot of dust and impurities on the stamen. These were all sundries that had accumulated over the years in the sea and seemed very ordinary. The stone fragment was very inconspicuous among the sundries. "There's nothing wrong." Fang Chen's consciousness completely enveloped the stone fragment, but he didn't find anything unusual at all. He didn't believe it and stretched out his hand, gently holding the stone fragment in his palm. Buzz! Suddenly, a scorching aura came from the stone fragment. "Hey!" Fang Chen exclaimed softly and opened his palm. At this moment, a dazzling light burst out from the stone fragment and directly drowned the father and daughter. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Stormy waves were set off in the North Sea, and a storm was raging. The entire North Sea seemed to have fallen into a strange scene. The 7-colored flower on the reef withered in an instant, and the stone fragment that emitted a dazzling light also disappeared in an instant. After a long time, the North Sea gradually calmed down. Where is this place? The first thing Fang Chen did when he opened his eyes was to survey his surroundings. He found that he seemed to have entered an independent space, but he felt that his surroundings were very mysterious. If it was an ordinary independent space, with my consciousness, I would be able to sense it. But here, I can't sense it at all, Fang Chen said in a low voice. He turned his head and found Fang Shi beside him. Seeing that his daughter was safe and sound, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "Father, this should be the space inside the stone fragment." Fang Shi said in a low voice, "This space is very strange. It seems to operate differently from the rules of the realm of the gods. I can sense Muxian's aura." At this moment, Fang Chen was overjoyed. He brought Fang Shi and quickly drove in a certain direction. At this moment, in a wasteland, Muxian's clothes were tattered, and she was in a sorry state. Her pitch-black eyes were filled with helplessness. I wonder if the ancient sword emperor will come and save me. Mu Xian could only pin her hopes on the ancient sword emperor now. She was also training in the North Sea. She accidentally touched a certain mechanism and entered this place without knowing what was going on. She thought that she had discovered an ancient relic and was very excited. However, not long after, she was trapped in this stone forest. Every stone was 100 feet tall and deeply embedded in the ground. At a glance, the wasteland was densely packed with stones. These stones formed a complex and profound array formation, completely trapping Mu Xian here. Mu Xian had no other choice but to crush the token that the ancient sword emperor had given her. Boom! Just as Mu Xian was pondering, a huge stone beside her suddenly crashed into her body and sent her flying. Dong! These stones could move. Moreover, no matter where Mu Xian appeared, she would be captured by the stones and attacked. Mu Xian had been persevering and struggling at death's door. If the ancient sword emperor didn't come, she would probably die here. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the distant horizon, Fang Chen and Fang Shi stepped on the clouds and discovered Mu Xian. Mu Xian is there. After seeing Mu Xian, Fang Chen said, "She seems to be trapped in a complicated array. Let's go and take a look." In a moment, Fang Chen and Fang Shi arrived in front of the stone forest. "Mu Xian, are you okay?" Fang Chen shouted. Mu Xian, who was trapped in the stone forest, was very excited when she saw the ancient sword emperor. "Lord Ancient Sword Emperor, I can still hold on for a while." "Wait for a while. I will break the array and rescue you immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Chen's array Dao aura fluctuated as he began to break the array. Swoosh! Streaks of array Dao aura shot out from his palm and drilled into the stone forest. However, things weren't as easy as Fang Chen had imagined. After the array Dao aura drilled into the stone forest, it was swallowed by countless stones in a moment. Then, the stone forest returned to normal. What kind of array is this?" Fang Chen frowned and said in a deep voice, "Even with my array Dao attainments, I can't break it. Could it be that this is the legendary transcending heaven spell formation?" Thinking of this, Fang Chen took a deep breath. Who was the owner of this stone fragment space? He could actually set up a heaven-piercing array. "Father, let me try," Fang Shi suddenly said. Fang Chen nodded. Perhaps his daughter would have a way. Fang Shi's delicate body leaped and arrived above the stone forest. An extremely vast aura surged out from her body, drowning the entire stone forest. Dong! There seemed to be some movement in the stone forest. Seeing this, Fang Shi continued to increase his strength and attacked the stone forest. The powerful devouring ability of the all-fusion body also erupted at this moment. The aura in the stone forest was crazily devoured by Fang Shi. Just as Fang Chen was watching Fang Shi, the space above the stone forest suddenly fluctuated, and then a shadow appeared. "Be careful." Fang Chen saw this and shouted loudly. Whoosh! The shadow waved his hand and interrupted Fang Shi, who was breaking the array. Then, he looked at Fang Shi with a burning gaze and said, "I really didn't expect that there would be such a monstrous divine emperor in this era of the universe." Read millions of novels for free. Smart bookshelf management. You will never lose your favorite novels. We are dedicated to creating a better reading experience. Come and follow our WeChat public account. Xiaoshuo Hujuan. Chapter 2038. Genius remembers love in 1 second small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. After seeing Fang Shi, the illusory figure who appeared out of nowhere was also stunned, and then sighed. Fang Shi's delicate body floated in the air. She raised her beautiful face and blinked her beautiful black eyes. "Who are you?" Fang Shi's voice was very clear and very pleasant to listen to. Fang Chen's eyes also looked at the illusory figure in the sky with vigilance. His palm contained a terrifying power. No matter who he was, as long as he dared to attack Fang Shi, Fang Chen would not hesitate to attack. Hearing Fang Shi's voice, the illusory figure smiled and said, "I'm the housekeeper here." Housekeeper? Fang Chen was even more puzzled. He could feel the power of the stone fragment space. Its owner must be a super expert. "Senior, I didn't mean to offend you. It's just that she fell into the stone forest." That's why I broke into this stone fragment space. Fang Chen explained. The illusory figure did not get angry. He waved his hand and said, "Those who enter are all fated." "Old man, who are you? Why are you being so mysterious?" Fang Shi asked. Fang Chen was shocked and hurriedly stopped him. Don't be rude." However, the illusory figure did not get angry because of Fang Shi's offense. Instead, his attitude towards Fang Shi was very gentle. "I said, I'm just the housekeeper here." The illusory figure said, "I know you have doubts. Listen to me one by one." Fang Chen and Fang Shi listened attentively. First of all, this space doesn't exist. So even the god emperors of the god realm can't use their divine sense to find it. Only those who are fated can enter this space. The illusory figure's first sentence shocked Fang Chen. If it didn't exist, then what was the place he was in now? Was he in an illusion? However, if this was an illusion, wouldn't it be too realistic? Was it so real that even he had been deceived? Although there were many questions in his heart, Fang Chen didn't ask. He knew that the virtual shadow would definitely tell him. Sure enough, the illusory figure landed on the ground. With his hands behind his back, he said, "My master, the creator of this space, is called Ancestor Xing He. The miniature universe that you are in was created by my master, Galaxy Ancestor." Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart was filled with astonishment. Star River Ancestor? Created this miniature universe? It was truly an earth-shattering secret. This miniature universe is called the Galaxy Universe. After Master created it, he left the universe and headed for the chaotic void. He purposely left me here to guard the galaxy and the universe. As long as it's not a matter of life and death, I won't easily take action. The hologram continued, "The great apocalypse of the universe is a natural law, and it's not something I can do. I've been in this galaxy universe for 17 universe epochs. This is the 18th universe epoch. After waiting for so many years, there have been several people who came here. It's a pity that none of them could pass the trial left behind by Master." The virtual shadow said. Fang Chen opened his mouth wide. From the white-bearded old man in the Yuan desolate land, he had learned about the miniature universe and some secrets of the chaotic void. He also knew that only existences beyond the cosmos god realm could create a miniature universe. Back then, he had been wondering who had created this miniature universe of ours. Now, the truth was revealed. It was created by an expert called Ancestor Xing He. Galaxy Universe. Fang Chen muttered to himself. By the side, Fang Shi opened his eyes wide and blinked. He was quite curious about this new thing. Before the three of you, there were a total of 7 people who came here in 17 universe epochs. But they all failed. The virtual shadow indifferently said, "The trial left behind by Master is very dangerous. The slightest carelessness could put your life in danger. Thus, those who failed all fell. Only 7 people had entered this place after 17 universe epochs. One could imagine how difficult it was to find this space that didn't exist in the first place. If not for Mu Xian accidentally entering here, Fang Chen would not have found this place. He would not have known that this universe was called the Galaxy Universe. Then how did she come in?" Fang Shi asked curiously. Speaking of Mu Xian, the old man revealed a smile. "Speaking of which, she is quite lucky. The path she took is similar to Master's path. When she got close to the stone fragments, she was sensed by the aura within the stone fragments and was absorbed." The virtual shadow said. "But her strength is still too low. She can't even pass through this stone forest. It is similar to Ancestor Xing He's path." Fang Chen squinted his eyes and stared at Mu Xian. The latter was trapped in the stone forest, and her aura was weak. But with the appearance of the virtual shadow, she was temporarily safe. "Hua la!" The virtual shadow waved his hand, and Mu Xian disappeared from the stone forest. "Yi!" Fang Shi was surprised. "Her strength is too low. Even if she stays here, it will be a waste of time. When she reaches your level, it won't be too late to come back," the virtual shadow said. Fang Chen was slightly moved. It seemed that Mu Xian's potential was much stronger than he thought. Even the virtual shadow thought that she could reach the level of a supreme god. Senior, what is in this space? Fang Chen could not help but ask. Since it was created by ancestor Xing He and he left layers of tests, there must be a treasure inheritance here. The virtual shadow shook his head and said, there is everything, but there is also nothing. This sentence was contradictory, and Fang Chen could not understand it. After you pass the tests left by Master, you will understand what I mean, the virtual shadow said. This space is where Master used to cultivate. The operation of the rules is very similar to the Chaos Void, and it is completely different from the miniature universe. Fang Chen heard this and understood. No wonder he felt that there was no pressure from the outside world, and the operation of the rules was very complicated. Throughout the countless cosmos epochs, the potential of the two of you could be ranked in the top 3. Give it a try. Who knows, you might be able to pass Master's test. The virtual shadow said. Senior, that means you have always been protecting the Star River cosmos. Even if the war between the deity world and the sacred light religion is completely defeated, you will still act? Fang Chen asked. The virtual shadow nodded. What is the test? Fang she could not wait any longer. The first level of test is right in front of you. The stone forest is a sky-piercing array. If you can get through it, you will pass. The virtual shadow said, oh right, the two of you can work together to get through it. Ancestor Xing He was an existence that surpassed the cosmos god realm. His strength was frightening. Even cosmos gods could not resist the temptation of the stone fragment space he left behind, much less Fang Chen. Father, let's go now. Fang she said with a smile. Fang Chen waved his hand to stop them. He looked at the virtual shadow and asked, Senior, how many levels are there in total? They were not in a rush. They should first understand the test before attempting it. That way, they would have a greater chance of success. There are a total of 3 levels of tests, and every level is extremely difficult. Especially the last test. Half of the first 7 warriors died on the last test. The virtual shadow said. That's right. If the two of you work together, it should be easy for you to get through the first 2 levels. The crucial point lies in the 3rd level. The virtual shadow reminded. It had been a long time since he met a human warrior, and he felt lonely. But guarding the miniature cosmos was his responsibility. He had to stay here. Who would have thought that there is such a place in the deity world? Then how powerful is ancestor Xing He who created our cosmos? I am truly curious. Fang Chen thought. He felt his blood boiling. Cosmos gods were already something they could only look up to. Existences beyond cosmos gods were something they did not dare to think about. There were too many restrictions in the miniature cosmos. It was difficult for a cosmos god to emerge. Even Fang Shi, who had the myriad fusion body, would only reach the cosmos god realm if he remained in the miniature cosmos. It was impossible for him to improve further. Because the origin of the cosmos could not withstand the strength beyond the cosmos god realm. Unless it was the creator ancestor Xing He whose primordial spirit was completely compatible with the origin of the cosmos. Otherwise, the moment an existence beyond the cosmos god realm descended into the miniature cosmos, the entire miniature cosmos would crumble. This was actually a form of protection for the miniature cosmos. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen cupped his fists towards the virtual shadow. He then said, Senior, then we will be going now. The first level is the Stone Forest Array. You have 100 years. Chapter 2039. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Absolute God-level formations were meant for true God-level cultivators. From the lowest God-King level array formation to the highest low God level array formation. And sky-piercing grade arrays corresponded to cosmos gods. In other words, the lowest level sky-piercing grade array had the suppression of a cosmos god. As soon as Fang Chen and Fang Shi entered the stone forest, they felt the suppression of the array formation. Father, aren't you an array master? Can you break it? Fang Shi asked. I'm not sure, but it will take time, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Fang Shi said softly, I will block the attack of the stone forest array. Father, you focus on breaking the array. Fang Shi knew that his father's mastery of formations was extremely high. He had already reached the pinnacle of the absolute God level. He was only one step away from the ascendant level. Although this stone forest array was a heaven ascension array formation, Fang Chen speculated that it should be the weakest heaven ascension array formation. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to crack it. Moreover, even if he really couldn't break it, he could wait for another 1 or 2 years. Once Xia reached adulthood, everything would be broken. That being said, Fang Chen still wanted to train himself since he had finally encountered such a powerful formation. He wanted to see if he could make use of this opportunity to break through. With Fang Shi's powerful defense, the stone forest formation's attack could not even touch Fang Chen. Fang Chen sat cross-legged in the center of the stone forest array. His spiritual consciousness spread out and swept through the entire stone forest array. A terrifying aura of array Dao permeated the air. In order to break the array, the first thing to do was to find the array base and the core of the array. This was a very important matter. Due to the strength of a transcending heaven formation, it was a little unrealistic to break through it with brute force. Fang Chen began to devote himself to the array formation. Mu Xian's figure suddenly appeared above the North Sea. She looked down in shock as she recalled all the unbelievable things that she had encountered before. However, just as she was about to speak, she realized that the universe's origin was suppressing her, preventing her from speaking. "Can't you tell me everything about this place?" Mu Xian looked up at the sky and muttered to herself. Rumble. The sudden clap of thunder in the sky seemed to be responding to her. At the same time, the suppression of the universe's origin also disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, Mu Xian's face paled. She shook her head and decided to hide everything she had seen in the depths of her heart. In the celestial bone palace, Star and Moon, who had been peacefully cultivating, suddenly changed. He scanned the area with his divine sense and found that Fang Chen and Shi were no longer there. She was a little surprised, but she continued to spread out her divine sense to search the entire God realm. However, to her surprise, she was actually unable to find traces of Fang Chen and Shi. What happened? Star and Moon's expression changed drastically, and they hurriedly reported this to the bone progenitor. The latter also turned pale with fright after investigating. They couldn't find traces of Fang Chen and Shi in the entire God realm. What was going on? Where did the two of them go? The bone progenitor asked in a low voice. With Fang Chen and Shi's strength, no one in the entire God realm is a match for them. But Star and Moon was anxious and a little confused. "Leave this to me. Don't worry," the bone progenitor comforted her. The bone progenitor used the spacetime cultivation system to search for Fang Chen on a large scale in the entire God realm. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. In these 2 years, Fang Chen had been studying the stone forest array. The aura of the array around him was getting stronger and stronger, as if he could break through at any time. And Fang Shi, who was resisting the attacks of the stone forest array, was also getting stronger and stronger. In a few days, she would be entering adulthood. Fang Shi felt that his body was transforming. "Am I going to break through?" Fang Shi's eyes flashed, but he was very calm. Long ago, he already knew that he had the myriad fusion body, and would automatically become a cosmos god when he reached adulthood. Thus, when he was about to break through, he was very calm. Turning his head to look at his father, who was breaking through the array, Fang Shi decided to wait for a few more months. The stone forest array was very important to his father. It would not be too late for him to break through after his father was out of ideas. In Fang Chen's mind, he was constantly simulating the various operating trajectories of the stone forest array. For a full 2 years, he had simulated no less than 1,000,000 operating trajectories. Of these 1,000,000 operating trajectories, he wanted to choose the one that was closest to the stone forest array, and then he would study it. The stone forest array trembled slightly, and in an instant, Fang Chen found a flaw in the stone forest array. Yi! There was actually wind coming out of the stone forest array. Fang Chen's face was filled with joy. He hurriedly integrated this piece of information into his mind, matching it with the 1,000,000 operating trajectories. After an hour, Fang Chen finally selected one of the operating trajectories. According to my conjecture, This operating trajectory should be the closest to the stone forest array. Fang Chen thought. Following that, he opened his palm, and a terrifying aura of the array Dao formed a miniature stone forest array on his palm. Hong long long. Many stones condensed from the aura of the array Dao fell from the sky, landing on Fang Chen's palm. On his small palm, there were more than 10,000 stones densely packed together. These stones started operating according to the selected operating trajectories. 1. After the pseudo-stone forest array started operating, it immediately emitted a terrifying pressure. This kind of pressure was slightly weaker than the real stone forest array. But Fang Chen was ecstatic. Indeed. He had a rough idea of the operating trajectory of the stone forest array, and at the same time, he grasped the location of the array base and the core of the array. I finally found you. The pseudo-stone forest array on his palm was in full view. Fang Chen suddenly clenched his fist, and suddenly, countless aura of the array Dao drilled into his mind. In the next moment, he suddenly stood up, and his body constantly shuttled to every corner of the stone forest. Every time he appeared, his feet would gently step on the ground. The whole process was smooth and there was no obstruction at all. Seeing this, Fang Shi's pretty face was full of smiles. That back view was still the father she was so proud of. In the sky, the figure of the virtual shadow suddenly appeared, looking at the stone forest array in surprise. Genius, you found the array base and the core of the array in 2 years. The virtual shadow curled his lips and said, I just don't know what method you will use to break the stone forest array. In the virtual shadow's memory, among the first 7 warriors, the fastest time to break the stone forest array took 18 years. As for the other 6, they had spent at least 40 to 50 years. One of them had spent more than 90 years and had almost missed the deadline. In fact, 100 years was really a snap of the fingers for an expert in the Emperor God realm. However, Fang Chen was an out-and-out monstrous genius. No matter if it was martial Dao, soul Dao, or array Dao. He had almost developed in all aspects, and was very outstanding in all aspects. There was nothing to nitpick about. Transcendence grade formations are truly marvelous, he murmured to himself. Unfortunately, with my current attainments in array Dao, I still can't set up a heaven pass array. When Fang Chen understood the operation path of the stone forest array, his understanding of array Dao became very clear. At the same time, it opened up a path to becoming a heaven pass array master. Open! As Fang Chen shouted in a low voice, suddenly, under many stones in the stone forest array, there was a burst of dazzling light. Crack! Under Fang Chen's influence, these stones actually broke apart on their own, shattering with a loud bang and turning into stone fragments. A total of 9,600 array bases were all found and destroyed by Fang Chen. Next was the core of the array. As long as it was destroyed and the stone forest array was reversed, the array should be broken. Without the support of the array bases, the core of the array could not withstand Fang Chen's attack. In the blink of an eye, the core of the array disappeared completely, and the stone forest array began to shake, as if it was about to break. Fang Shi stopped attacking. The stone forest array was now in a sorry state and did not have any attacking power. Reverse push. Fang Chen shouted softly, waved his hand, and his body flashed. He forcibly reversed the operation path that he had outlined in his mind. The reverse operation path collided with the forward direction and exploded. The dense and tall stones in the stone forest array were constantly shattered. Collect. Fang Chen waved his large hand, and those pieces of rubble that were about to fall were directly swept away. Rumble. A sound that shook the heavens came from the stone forest array. The stone forest disappeared, and the wasteland became a scene of destruction. Fang Shi looked at his father in surprise. The divine tool for catching up with novels is on the shelf. All novels are updated at the speed of light, so that the fans do not have to wait in torment and do not miss any exciting chapters. A must for bookworms. Follow public which at Saixiangxiaoshuo download the reader of this website. Chapter 2040. Genius remembers love in 1 second go. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. 2 years to break the stone forest array. Fang Chen had raised this record to such a level. Amazing. It's really amazing that such a monster appeared in the miniature universe. Even the Phantom was shocked by Fang Chen's monstrous talent. Although the Stone Forest Array was the most ordinary heaven-reaching array, but the Master had once said that almost no one in the Star River universe could break this array within 3 years. And now, Fang Chen had broken this iron rule. The Phantom's shock couldn't be any greater. Father is the best. Since childhood, Fang Shi had been influenced by the civilization of the God realm. Everyone around them was talking about their father. Since they were young, they had regarded their father as their biggest idol. All this time, his father had never let him down. Every time, his father would bring him a surprise. This time was no exception. Fang Shi was happy for his father. Looking at his lively daughter, Fang Chen gently stroked Fang Shi's head and said, "What a pity. You were so close to becoming a heaven-reaching array master. Father, with your attainments in arrays, even the ancestor of the Tianjin family, the Tianjin Emperor, is no match for you." Fang Shi said, "Xie believes that it's only a matter of time before father becomes a heaven-reaching array master." Fang Chen smiled. Every time he was with his daughter, he would feel the peace of the world. He swore in his heart that no matter what, he would not let anyone destroy his family. "Congratulations." The Phantom appeared at the right time and bowed slightly to Fang Chen. "You have broken the highest record of breaking the Stone Forest Array in the God Emperor realm. From now on, this record will be held by you. I believe that even the latecomers will not be able to reach your level." The Phantom was not stingy with his praise for Fang Chen. 2 years, only 2 years to break the Stone Forest Array. It was really a miracle. "I was just lucky," Fang Chen said modestly. The mysterious man waved his hand and said with a smile, "After seeing your performance, I'm looking forward to your performance in the next 2 tests even more." Then, the illusory shadow stretched out its hand and grabbed Fang Chen and Fang Shi. Suddenly, the world spun, and the scene changed. Fang Chen surveyed his surroundings and discovered that he had arrived at the peak of a mountain. The surroundings were desolate. "Let's cut the crap. Let me introduce the second test to you." The mysterious man pointed at the stele standing in the middle of the mountain. "This stone tablet is called the Star River Stone Tablet. It was personally left behind by my master, and even cosmos gods could not destroy it. The test is on this stone tablet. Even cosmos gods can't destroy it." Fang Chen's fiery eyes stared at the stone tablet. He wanted to sense how grand the aura of an expert who had surpassed the cosmos god realm was. "Your test is to throw 81 punches at the stone tablet. As long as you can throw out 81 punches, it will be considered a success." The mysterious man laughed, "But don't underestimate this stone tablet. Every time you attack, the stone tablet will return it back several times." A large portion of the top 7 fell in this second test. Hearing that, Fang Chen felt his heart trembling. Every time he attacked, the stone tablet would return it back several times. The strength returned by the stone tablet will gradually increase. Initially, it will be 2 times, then 4 times, 8 times. Gradually, it will increase until the final punch, and the strength returned will be earth-shattering. Saying up to this point, the mysterious man paused for a moment before reminding, "I hope you can consider it carefully before throwing out a punch. Don't be rash. There is a 1-month buffer period between every punch. During this buffer period, you can recover your strength and comprehend the martial Tao. Regardless, the moment the gap between 2 punches exceeds 1 month, it will be judged as a failure," the mysterious man said. "The strength will increase by several times." Fang Chen opened his eyes wide. He felt his heart trembling. Love go little say W, Chu He was clear of his own strength. If he could throw out the 81st punch, how strong would the strength be? "Senior, according to what you said, it is impossible for God Emperors to pass through the second test." Fang Chen voiced out his doubts. The strength returned by the final punch was comparable to that of a cosmos god. How could God Emperors resist against it? The mysterious man shook his head. "The world is huge, and there are all sorts of strange things. Even if you can't do it, it doesn't mean others can't do it. Do you know what a genius is?" Fang Chen tilted his head to listen. "In the primal chaos void, true geniuses can fight across realms. You are considered the strongest God Emperor in this cosmos epoch of the galaxy cosmos. But in the primal chaos void, you aren't ranked at all. I've once heard from my master that true geniuses can cultivate their realms to the pinnacle of this level. The mysterious man said, God Emperors who have reached the pinnacle can challenge cosmos gods. This, all along, Fang Chen thought he was the strongest God Emperor. But after hearing the words of the mysterious man, he discovered that he was merely a drop in the ocean in the vast primal chaos void. All right, you can begin after you are prepared. The mysterious man lightly nodded. Hong long long. But at this moment, a thunderous sound suddenly sounded from Fang Shi's body. Following that, a force that engulfed the entire mountain peak surged out. This is the aura of a cosmos god. The illusory figure's face also revealed a look of surprise. Soon after, he stared at Fang Shi with wide eyes. At this moment, the latter was wrapped in a dense aura. The myriad fusion body released a dazzling light as it greedily absorbed the violent energy in the world. Myriad fusion body? Previously, the mysterious man did not pay much attention to Fang Shi. Only now did he discover that the latter had the myriad fusion body. This discovery stunned the mysterious man. Even his master, Star River Old Ancestor, had once praised the myriad fusion body. No wonder. After knowing that the latter had the myriad fusion body, the mysterious man was no longer shocked that he broke through to the cosmos god realm at such a young age. After waiting for 18 cosmos epochs, the golden age has finally arrived. The mysterious man chuckled. Every miniature cosmos would experience a golden age after countless cosmos epochs. Every golden age would produce a group of heaven-defying geniuses that would make others slap the table in praise. And after guarding the Star River cosmos for so long, he finally saw some light. Since the myriad fusion body could appear in the miniature cosmos, what else could not happen? Hong long long. The myriad fusion body would automatically allow one to become a cosmos god after reaching adulthood. Fang Shi's breakthrough did not bring about a huge commotion. He quietly became a cosmos god. Of course, this was because the laws of the cosmos origin operated differently within the stone fragment space. If he broke through in the deity world, it would definitely cause a world phenomenon that would shake the entire cosmos. When that frightening aura dissipated, Fang Chen looked at Fang Shi with fiery eyes. This is a cosmos god. Fang Chen could feel the aura emitted from Fang Shi's body. He felt his heart trembling. Hehe, father, I've already become a cosmos god. You have to work harder too. Fang Shi naughtily said with a smile. Cosmos gods and true gods are on two different levels. There are fundamentally different changes. My primordial spirit has undergone a world-shaking transformation. Fang Chen thought. Little girl, congratulations. The mysterious man chuckled. Since you have become a cosmos god, there's no need for you to continue participating in the trial. Master's trial is only targeted at god emperors. Oh, so boring. Fang Shi pouted. Wait by the side. Father will go and give it a try first. After retracting his body and mind, Fang Chen walked to the stone tablet. The energy emitted from the stone tablet caused Fang Chen's heart to tremble. What a powerful energy. Let's give it a try first. Fang Chen thought. Hong. After accumulating energy, he punched out on the stone tablet. At that moment, the wild energy was twice as strong as before. It bounced back from the stone tablet and landed on Fang Chen's body. Deng deng deng. Fang Chen could not help but take a few steps back. Formidable indeed. The amplification was strong, and he could not avoid it. He could only receive it head-on. Fortunately, Fang Chen's fleshy body had reached the limit of the God Emperor realm and was comparable to a cosmos god. Thus, the rebound energy from the stone tablet could not harm him temporarily. I hope I can reach the end in one go. Come quickly. Download the mobile app. Chapter 2041. Geniuses remember love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Chapter 2015. Breakthrough. Hold on. Fang Chen's physical strength was extremely strong, so the early attacks didn't pose much pressure to him. Dong. 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 On the stone tablet, the sound of bells and drums could be heard. As the punches were thrown out quickly, The force of the rebound also increased rapidly. Rumble. The clothes on Fang Chen's body began to tear. Every time he punched the stone tablet, there would be an even stronger rebounding force slamming into his body. Fang Chen's body couldn't help but retreat. At the same time, the power emitted from the stone tablet gradually increased. Not bad. The shadow nodded with satisfaction. To be able to throw out 30 punches in such a short period of time was already very impressive. Father, you can do it. Fang Shi clenched her fists and prayed for her father in her heart. 40 punches, 50 punches, 60 punches. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had already thrown out 68 punches. At this time, he finally felt the pressure. The perfect sword body formed a sword-shaped rune. All the power contained in it burst out and resisted the rebound force of the punch. Deng deng deng. Fang Chen's body suddenly retreated a few steps. He was panting and his face was a little pale as he struggled to support his body. With a plop, Fang Chen sat on the ground and began to recover his strength. The power of the rule of creation emerged and the strength in his body quickly recovered. I already felt the pressure from 68 punches. How can I withstand 81 punches? In Fang Chen's mind, he recalled the scene of him hitting the stone tablet and racked his brain to think of a countermeasure. 3 days later, Fang Chen's strength had completely recovered. Father, are you okay? Fang Shi asked worriedly. Fang Chen shook his head. I can still withstand it for now. Although the rebound force from 68 punches was strong, at least his life wasn't threatened. Therefore, he could still continue. Taking a deep breath, Fang Chen walked to the front of the stone tablet. He clenched his fists, accumulated the strength in his body, and threw out a punch. Suddenly, a violent power surged out from the stone tablet. It pierced through the void and hit Fang Chen's body. Crack. A large crack appeared on the defense of the perfect sword body. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and his face was extremely pale. It hurts. His bones felt like they were falling apart. It was extremely painful. Phew. In the following period of time, Fang Chen had to rest for a long time after each punch. After all, the rebound force would be stronger in the later stage. If he acted blindly, he would most likely die. There is a very strong power in this child's body. If he can unleash it completely, he might be able to pass through the second stage. The illusory figure squinted his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. When Fang Chen persisted to the 75th punch, he really felt that he had reached his limit. Every time he regained his strength, it would take a full month. After a month, he dragged his injured body and continued to hit the stone tablet. What a coincidence. Fang Chen's fist drew a strange trajectory in the sky and then hit the stone tablet. Unsurprisingly, the violent force in the stone tablet increased rapidly and then bounced back. Dong. Fang Chen's body was violently hit by the impact. Immediately after, his body rapidly retreated. However, at this moment, a golden light flashed between his eyebrows. The remaining power of the golden mark was instantly activated. Rumble. A force like 10,000 galloping horses rolled over and quickly spread to Fang Chen's limbs and bones. Dong. The mountain peak was shaking. Fang Chen's body was wrapped in golden light. He looked up to the sky and roared. Then, he suddenly threw out a golden light fist. It was like a meteor falling with great momentum. Buzz. A terrifying wave of power swept over. When it acted on Fang Chen's body, the latter was shocked to find that his physical defense had actually become stronger again. This, Fang Chen was ecstatic. In the god realm, the bone progenitor and the moon god emperor were very anxious. They kept asking about the whereabouts of Fang Chen and Fang Shi. However, the two of them seemed to have evaporated from the god realm. They couldn't find any trace of them. This made the moon god emperor pale in comparison. He was worried every day. You don't have to worry. Maybe Fang Chen took Shi-Er to a place we don't know about. The bone progenitor comforted him. The last time Fang Chen disappeared, even our strongest god emperor couldn't find a trace of him. Didn't he come back alive? But Star and Moon's face was full of worry. I believe that Fang Chen and Shi-Er will definitely come back safe and sound. The bone progenitor said, but you should pay more attention to Tianxin during this period. That kid's mood seems a little strange. After that, the bone progenitor left. Star and Moon's face was a little stunned. Tianxin's mood was a little strange. She immediately contacted Tianxin. The latter had just returned from Qinghu's place. Tianxin, Star, and Moon called out. Normally, Tianxin would take the initiative to greet him with a face full of smiles. But today, Tianxin was frowning. Although he tried his best to pretend to be very happy. However, Xingyu noticed it at a glance. Tianxin, have you encountered any problems recently? Star and Moon asked. After all, the latter was her husband's disciple. She had to take care of him. Mistress, I'm fine, Tianxin said hesitantly. Tell me, what happened? Star and Moon asked directly. Tianxin hesitated for a moment, but still told Star and Moon what happened. You. After Xingyu heard this, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Then, she put her white fingers on Tianxin's pulse and checked his body. Who did this? Xingyu's face immediately darkened. Her anger soared to the sky. The Black Emperor. The Sword Palace of the South Tomb. Star and Moon's heart burned with anger. The Sword Palace of the South Tomb dared to destroy Tianxin's cultivation. How audacious. Mistress, it's all my fault. This incident can be considered a form of training for me, Tianxin said softly. Not long ago, Tianxin had gone out to train and met a woman. He and the woman hit it off at first sight. They trained together, and after a long time, sparks flew between them. Not long after, Tianxin fell madly in love with the woman. The woman also expressed her love for Tianxin. At the same time, she wanted to bring Tianxin to meet her parents. Who would have thought that when the woman brought Tianxin to the Sword Palace of the South Tomb, the Black Emperor would appear and humiliate Tianxin. Then, he destroyed Tianxin's cultivation. Only then did Tianxin realize that the woman didn't love him at all. From the beginning, the Sword Palace of the South Tomb had deliberately set a trap for him, making him fall into their trap step by step. Mistress, Master is not here. You are not a match for Emperor Swordless. I can tolerate this, Tianxin said softly. For the sake of the big picture, what was his sacrifice? The furious Star and Moon gradually calmed down. She took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. She gently stroked Tianxin's forehead and comforted him. Tianxin, stay here for the time being. I will use my true god power to nourish your meridians and recover your cultivation. When your master returns in the future, he will repay the Sword Palace of the South Tomb 100-fold. Tianxin nodded and walked back to the pavilion alone. This time, Tianxin was really hurt. Heartbroken. It wasn't easy for him to fall in love, but he was played in circles by the other party and almost lost his life. After suffering the greatest humiliation in his life, Tianxin couldn't let it go. This was a heart demon. If he couldn't walk out of it, it was very likely that he would fall into it forever. Brother Chen, where are you? Come back quickly. Star and Moon looked up at the sky and muttered. Fang Chen, who was in the stone fragment space, naturally did not know what happened to his disciple. If he knew, he would definitely rush to the extreme south and overturn the entire Sword Palace of the South Tomb in anger. Hong. Fang Chen heavily punched on the stone tablet, causing him to suffer from a strong rebound force. Even though blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, he still had a smile on his face. Through his tireless efforts, he had already punched out 78 times. Currently, the rebound force was comparable to the strength of a cosmos god. But he still persevered. There were still 3 more punches. As long as he could survive, he would pass the trial. Persevere, I can definitely do it. Until now, Fang Chen was being supported by an obsession. His mind was starting to feel dizzy. Father. Tears flowed down Fang Shi's face. Her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife when her own son suffered such torment. My father is an indomitable, unparalleled expert. There isn't any difficulty that can defeat him. I believe he can survive. Chapter 2042. Genius remembering love in 1 second divided by small. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. As for the remaining 3 punches, each one of them could be fatal. Please search product % book % yuan net. Fang Chen did not dare to be careless. In reality, it was out of his expectations that he could reach this stage. As the berserk rebounding force from the stone tablet invaded his fleshy body defense was gradually improving. When he lowered his head, the sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin had already disappeared. The sword-shaped runes contained a vast amount of energy. The moment the perfect sword body was displayed, many sword-shaped runes would appear on the surface of his skin. But now, the sword-shaped runes had disappeared. Fang Chen knew that this was because the previous 78 punches had completely consumed all the energy from the sword-shaped runes. He could only rely on his fleshy body to resist the next 3 punches. I always thought that my fleshy body has reached its limit. Who would have thought that it could improve again? My vision is ultimately too narrow. Fang Chen muttered to himself with a pale face. The more he resisted against the stone tablet, the more he could feel the rapid growth of his fleshy body. Even though he was weak now, and his face was pale, his heart was filled with joy, and even a strand of excitement. It was not exaggerated to say that his current fleshy body defense was close to that of a cosmos god. Even if he could not completely resist against the attack of a cosmos god, he could at least escape unscathed. It was not without reason that Starry River Forefather set up this trial. Fang Chen guessed that if he could pass through this trial, his fleshy body should be comparable to a cosmos god. Even thinking about it was difficult. Which cosmos god recorded in the scriptures did not break through their realm? In the 18 cosmos epochs of the Starry River cosmos, there was not a single god-emperor who could break through the fleshy body limit and become a cosmos god. Perhaps Fang Chen would be the first. Of course, there was a huge risk of him dying because of this. No matter what, he no longer had a path of retreat. He could only move forward. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen raised his head. His pitch-black eyes were filled with determination. Shi-Er, rest assured. He turned to Shi-Er and flashed her a brilliant smile, telling her not to worry. Then, he gathered his strength, clenched his fist tightly, and punched the stone tablet. Wang! A huge energy fluctuation appeared around the stone tablet. In an instant, the stone steelly absorbed the power of Fang Chen's fist. Dong! In a breath's time, the monolith's terrifying amplification was applied to the power of his fist and poured out. Immediately, the entire world changed. This strength had the preliminary aura of a cosmos god. In the entire god realm, there was no god-emperor who could withstand it. Fang Shi clenched his fists and kissed her worriedly. Being a cosmos god, she naturally understood what this terrifying amplification represented. You must hold on. Fang Shi prayed in his heart. Boom. The only thing Fang Chen could do was to push his physical defense to the limit and desperately resist the terrifying rebounding force. Crack. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Fang Chen's body flew out like a kite, smashing heavily on the edge of the mountain peak. His entire body was covered in blood, and his clothes were tattered. One of his arms was hanging down, as if it had suffered a huge injury. Father! Fang Shi could not help but cry when he saw this. Shi-Er, don't cry. I can still hold on. Fang Chen said these words with difficulty before closing his eyes and fainting. Fang Shi wanted to run over, but he was stopped by the illusory figure. Your father is fine. Even though he is unconscious, he is healing his injuries subconsciously. The illusory figure said, he will wake up in a month. The illusory figure was quite shocked that Fang Chen could do this. The law of creation was pushed to the limit by him, automatically healing his injuries while he was unconscious. A month later, just as the illusory figure predicted, Fang Chen woke up. In his heart, there was an extremely strong obsession. Opening his tired eyes, Fang Chen slowly stood up and staggered to the front of the stone tablet. 2 more punches, he muttered in his heart. At this moment, Fang Chen's whole body was emitting a crystal-clear aura, giving people a very oppressive feeling. While his body was being destroyed, it was also growing rapidly. How could there be returns without effort? Again. Gritting his teeth, he continued to punch. The rebounding force of this punch increased several times. Fang Chen did not even have time to react before he was sent flying and fainted. There was no energy fluctuation on his body, as if he was dead. Hold on. Fang Shi's little face was full of tears as he cried. In the unconscious Fang Chen's body, earth-shaking changes had taken place. After the violent rebounding force of the stone tablet, the power of the golden mark spread to his limbs and bones, finally completely integrated into his bone marrow. Inside his body, the power vibrated, passed through his meridians, and gathered together. This is. In mid-air, the illusory figure was slightly stunned, and then he was overjoyed. Is he fighting to live after death? The illusory figure muttered to himself. He originally thought that the latter would not be able to hold on to the last punch. Now he had a chance. Father is being reborn. Fang Shi also noticed the changes in his father's body. He clenched his fists and was very excited. Boom! Fang Chen's body was suddenly wrapped in a sea of fire. The raging fire burned fiercely, submerging Fang Chen's body in the sea of fire. Dong! In the distant horizon, the origin of the universe vibrated. A trace of origin power that was so fine that it was almost undetectable silently entered Fang Chen's body. His physical strength had reached a critical point, and he only needed an opportunity. And the origin power of the universe was the opportunity. When this trace of origin power drilled into his body, it immediately made his body undergo a qualitative leap. Hiss! The raging fire around his body rapidly shrunk, and finally drilled into Fang Chen's body. Suddenly, Fang Chen opened his eyes. He clenched his fists, and an intense force could be felt in the air. So this is the case. His mind trembled, and large amounts of information surged out. Instantly, Fang Chen understood. He had broken through the limits of his fleshy body, reaching the Cosmos God realm first. The strength of a Cosmos God and a God Emperor are not on the same level. It is too strong. Fang Chen was ecstatic. He was extremely excited. Father. At this moment, a gentle voice pulled Fang Chen's thoughts back to reality. Fang Chen retracted his thoughts and turned to Shi. I am fine. Fang Chen grinned. The previous fatigue was swept away. He stood up as if nothing had happened and walked to the front of the stone tablet. There is still the last punch left. The current Fang Chen had reached a higher level in his understanding of the strength of his fleshy body. Even though the last punch had a frightening increase in strength, he was prepared for it, and he did not have any worries. He relaxed his body, clenched his fists, and lightly punched out. When this single punch landed on the stone tablet, it actually caused the stone tablet to tremble. 81 punches, and this was the only punch that caused the stone tablet to tremble. One could imagine how strong it was. Wang. Out of Fang Chen's expectations, he was originally prepared to receive the rebound force from this final punch. However, the result caused him to be somewhat startled. After the stone tablet was bombarded to the point where it trembled, it only emitted a slight breeze before returning to normal. There is no rebound force. Fang Chen said in shock. From afar, the laughter of the illusory figure could be heard. Ha ha ha, congratulations on passing through the second stage. The illusory figure said with a laugh. Fang Shi rushed to the side of his father. His charming face was filled with smiles. He was extremely excited. Father, I knew you are the best. His father's perseverance was something that even Fang Shi could not help but admire. She could become a cosmos god entirely because of her innate potential. And his father relied on his great perseverance to reach the cosmos god realm with his fleshy body. This was not something any ordinary person could achieve. Fang Chen lightly patted on the shoulder of Shi. After that, the illusory figure asked, Senior, what is going on? Actually, out of the 81 punches in the second stage, only the first 80 punches are dangerous. The 81st punch tests your guts and courage. The illusory figure explained. Being able to withstand the rebound force of the 80 punches had already obtained the affirmation of Ancestor Star River. As for the final punch, it was mainly to test the character of the examiner. For novels without mistakes, please visit. Friends, please bookmark this website to read the latest novels. You can search for and find this website immediately. Chapter 2043. Geniuses remember love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The person chosen by Master must be excellent in all aspects. If it's a coward, even if he can pass the first 80 punches, he won't have the courage to throw out the last punch, the phantom said lightly. Fang Chen nodded slightly. Who would have thought that the 81st punch, which was supposed to be the strongest, would have no lethality at all? As long as you throw it out, you can succeed. Thinking of this, Fang Chen grinned. Your potential is really monstrous. Although it's not as good as your daughter's. Although your daughter is weaker than you, you're more malleable, the phantom said. He used to follow ancestor Xing He. His vision was so high that it made people blush with shame. Your current physical strength is actually not weaker than your daughter's, the phantom continued. You can crush some emperor gods with your physical strength alone. Fang Chen was well aware of this. Now, he was the real strongest emperor god. Senior, what's the third test? After passing the first 2 tests, Fang Chen couldn't wait to pass the third test. Follow me. The phantom waved his hand, and the 3 disappeared from the mountain peak. Voila! In front of a palace twinkling with stars, Fang Chen and the other 2 appeared at the same time. This is the place where Master used to cultivate. There are a total of 3 thrones here. You only need to sit on one of them to pass the test, the phantom said, pointing at the palace in front of them. 3 thrones? Fang Chen murmured. But I have to remind you that it's very difficult to sit on all 3 thrones. If you're not careful, you'll be squeezed by the power of the thrones and explode. The genius who came here before you also died because his body exploded, the phantom reminded. The virtual shadow reminded him, the 3 thrones are exactly the same, but only one of them has been cultivated by the master. Whether you can find this throne or not depends on your luck. After saying this, the phantom waved his hand. The palace gate opened, and Fang Chen entered. Creak. The doors of the palace were closed, and night-luminescent pearls illuminated the dark palace. 3 bronze thrones stood quietly at the front of the palace, as if they had existed since ancient times. The throne exuded the same aura, berserk and shocking. As expected of Patriarch Star River. A palace is comparable to a universe. How powerful. Fang Chen could not stop himself from sighing. After entering the palace, he felt that the palace was actually a miniature version of the universe. It was filled with the 6 great laws and the universe's origin was maintaining its operation. It was really amazing. Which throne? Fang Chen's gaze swept across the 3 thrones, carefully observing them. According to the virtual shadow, only one of the 3 thrones was used by the Star River ancestor for cultivation. In that case, the other 2 were definitely not. He had to eliminate 2 out of the 3 and choose the most important one. Even though you only need to sit on one of the thrones to pass the stage, you still have to pass the stage. However, there must be a difference. I think the throne used by the galaxy ancestor must have some hidden secrets, Fang Chen thought to himself. After investigating for a long time, he did not discover any abnormalities with the 3 thrones. In the end, Fang Chen decided to personally probe the surroundings of the thrones. He wanted to know why all the geniuses who entered previously had fallen. He carefully extended his feet and slowly approached the thrones. After a few breaths of time, Fang Chen arrived before the 3rd throne. Wang. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended. Fang Chen's body was squeezed until bung-bung sounds could be heard. And he could not help but kneel on the ground on one knee, enduring the powerful pressure. A pressure that surpasses the cosmos god realm? Fang Chen's eyes were blazing as he stared at the throne. At the same time, Fang Chen also felt the intertwining of the 6 great laws. This is the operating laws of the cosmos. In the mind of Fang Chen, there were waves of thunder. He seemed to be engrossed in the operation of the cosmos laws. The 6 great laws are so profound. Even though Fang Chen had already comprehended the 6 great laws, he had not reached the stage of perfect control over them. But now, after feeling the operation of the cosmos laws, his heart trembled and he was astonished. So it seemed that one could comprehend the 6 great laws to this extent. Across the entire divine realm, there had never been a god emperor who could do so. Is this the limit of a god emperor? Fang Chen asked in his heart. Dong. A trembling sound pulled Fang Chen's thoughts back to reality. Deng deng deng. The energy in his body suddenly erupted. Fang Chen rapidly withdrew and stabilized his body. He stared at the 3 thrones. Now, he already knew how to step onto the 3 thrones. In order to step on these 3 thrones, one has to comprehend the 6 great laws to the limit. At the same time, one's comprehension of the martial Tao has to reach the cosmos God realm. Fang Chen pursed his lips. This isn't a small challenge, and it will take a long time. Divine Realm, Southern Tomb Sword Palace, Sword Battle Villa. God Emperor Swordless was resting with his eyes closed. He was quietly listening to the report of Black Emperor. Teacher, Fang Chen's disciple, Tian Xin, has fallen into our trap. I have crippled his cultivation. Black Emperor said. Teacher, that Fang Chen seems to have disappeared again. Should we make use of this opportunity to wipe out the Sky Bone Palace? After the death of the God Emperor of Death, the Southern Tomb Sword Palace was left with only 2 God Emperors. As for the Sky Bone Palace, because of Fang Chen's family of 3 becoming God Emperors, their strength increased tremendously. They now had 5 God Emperors. According to the current situation, the Sky Bone Palace was indeed the biggest threat to the Southern Tomb Sword Palace. Furthermore, the 2 superpowers had a blood feud. It was reasonable for them to start a war. Huala! God Emperor Swordless opened his eyes and glanced at Black Emperor indifferently. Actually, what I am truly afraid of isn't Fang Chen or the Bone Progenitor. It is Emperor Shi. God Emperor Swordless said in a deep voice. The 3-year-old Empress had indeed shocked the entire divine realm. In countless universe epochs, Emperor Shi could be considered the youngest God Emperor. God Emperor Swordless had never heard of anyone who could become a God Emperor at the age of 3. Emperor Shi and the ancient Sword Emperor have both disappeared from the divine realm. I suspect that they have gone to a place that I am unable to explore. God Emperor Swordless continued, however, now is not the best time to deal with the Skybone Palace. At most, we can secretly cripple some of the higher-ups of the Skybone Palace. Teacher, are you talking about the Moon God Emperor? Black Emperor heard and laughed eerily. In the Skybone Palace, other than the Bone Progenitor, there was only the Vice Palace Master and the Moon God Emperor. The Vice Palace Master was in charge of all the affairs of the Skybone Palace and would not leave easily. Therefore, the only way to deal with a God Emperor was to deal with the Moon God Emperor. The Moon God Emperor is the wife of the ancient Sword Emperor. If we can kill her, the ancient Sword Emperor will definitely go crazy. Just thinking about that scene makes me excited. Black Emperor continued, however, we cannot rashly enter the territory of the Skybone Palace. How can we lure the Moon God Emperor out? God Emperor Swordless laughed coldly and said, according to what I know, the Moon God Emperor has a good relationship with the Phoenix clan of the South Pole continent. I know what to do. Don't worry, teacher, I will definitely lure the Moon God Emperor out. When the time comes, we will set up an inescapable net. No one will be able to escape, Black Emperor said with a smile. Soon, Black Emperor left the South Tomb Sword Palace and arrived at the South Pole continent. Whoosh, whoosh. The turbulent sea water stirred up wave after wave. Black Emperor stood in the sky above the South Pole continent and looked down. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. The South Pole continent has a total of 4 God Emperors. Other than God Emperor Shura, the other 3 are nothing to be afraid of, Black Emperor said. If God Emperor Shura does not know what is good for him, don't blame the South Tomb Sword Palace for being impolite. In the blink of an eye, Black Emperor arrived at the territory of the Phoenix clan. Boom! Black Emperor opened his palm and black flames quickly gathered. Then, he punched out. Suddenly, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The territory of the Phoenix clan was greatly shaken. The black flames turned into a sea of fire and burned fiercely. Countless miserable screams came from the territory. Who is attacking my Phoenix clan? The Phoenix clan ancestor was furious. She flew into the air and waved her hand. Countless raindrops fell. In the blink of an eye, the sea of black flames was extinguished. However, Black Emperor's attack just now had already caused the territory of the Phoenix clan to be in a sorry state. The weaker clansmen had suffered heavy casualties. Black Emperor, why did you attack my Phoenix clan? The Phoenix clan ancestor asked while secretly sending a message to the other 3 God Emperors. Do I need a reason? Black Emperor smiled faintly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three god emperors, led by God Emperor Shura, quickly rushed over. For error-free novel reading, please visit Friends. Please bookmark this website to read the latest novels. You can search for and find this website immediately. The free novel app is officially online. The novel app is an exclusive reading device created for the vast number of novel fans. It gathers a vast amount of novel resources. The categorization is meticulous, the layout is clear, and the reading effect is excellent. Follow the public on WeChat. GGYY12221. Chapter 2044. Genius remembers love in 1 second small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Black Emperor. Everyone, please search your novel. Emperor God Sho Luo came to Phoenix Ancestor's side and stared at Black Emperor. The South Pole Continent and your South Tomb Sword Palace mind our own business. Aren't you going overboard by doing this? Emperor God Sho Luo frowned in displeasure. The Phoenix clan offended the South Tomb Sword Palace and shielded Fang Chen. This is a capital offense. Are you going to stop me? Black Sovereign's voice was filled with threat. Ancestor Tian Peng and Ancestor Demon Bird looked at each other and then Emperor God Sho Luo. Ever since Ancestor Tian Peng and Ancestor Demon Bird had reconciled with Fang Chen, Emperor God Sho Luo seemed to be the leader of the three Emperor gods in South Pole. Now that the Black Emperor was here, they had to rely on Emperor God Sho Luo. Leave, Emperor God Sho Luo said, it's impossible for us to ignore the Phoenix clan. Emperor God Sho Luo's attitude was clear. He wanted to help the Phoenix tribe. Hearing this, the Black Emperor smiled sinisterly. He had long expected such an outcome. Do you think you can stop me, the Black Emperor? All this while, the Black Emperor had kept a low profile and cultivated in the South Tomb Sword Palace all year round, never venturing out. It had been many years since anyone had made a move against the Phoenix clan. Their goal was very clear, and that was to lure the Moon God Emperor over. Hence, even if Emperor God Sho Luo and the others tried to stop them, it was useless. If you attack the Phoenix clan again, don't blame us for being impolite. Emperor God Sho Luo said, our South Pole continent has some ties with the ancient Sword Emperor. He doesn't want anything to happen to the Phoenix clan. It was still fine if the ancient Sword Emperor was not mentioned. Once the ancient Sword Emperor was mentioned, the Black the Arch was filled with anger. Since you want to die, there's nothing more to say. A monstrous black aura emerged from the Black Emperor's body. He opened his hand, and a terrifying airwave instantly swept across the entire South Pole. Let me have a taste of Black Emperor's skills. Emperor God Sho Luo and Black Emperor were both second-level Emperor gods. Theoretically, their abilities should be on par with each other. Love Go Little Say W Chu however, in actual fact, Black Emperor was many times stronger than Emperor God Sho Luo. Bang! In just one exchange of blows, Black Emperor forced Emperor God Sho Luo to retreat. The latter staggered a little. After stabilizing himself, he stared at the Black Sovereign with a serious expression. Your strength, a second-level Emperor god like you is just trash in my eyes, Black Emperor mocked. Attack together. The Phoenix Ancestor shouted. The Heavenly Rock Ancestor and the Demon Bird Ancestor attacked together. The four great god emperors teamed up to fight against the Black Emperor. They all knew the principle of being intimately interdependent. Therefore, it was impossible for him to sit back and watch the Black the Arch exterminate the Phoenix clan. Boom! In the sky above the Antarctic continent, the battle fluctuations were extremely large. The shockwaves of the battle reached the territory of the Phoenix clan. The buildings below were turning into ruins one after another. As the battle progressed, the Phoenix clan ancestor's face became extremely gloomy. Let's end this quickly. With Emperor God Sho Luo as the leader and the other three Emperor gods as support, they attacked Black Emperor with all their might. HMPH, using numbers to make up for the lack of strength. The Black Emperor sneered when he saw this. Soon after, a huge pitch-black sword appeared in his hand. With a thought, a frightening aura surged from the huge sword. Following that, the Black Emperor slashed out. A terrifying sword light tore through the void and struck the four great god emperors. Catcher. Without any resistance, the Phoenix Ancestor was sent flying. She spurted out fresh blood. Her face was pale and her aura was weak. Too strong. Emperor God Xiao Luo rapidly dodged the attack of the Black Emperor. His heart was filled with terror. He did not expect the attack of the Black Emperor to be so strong. Black Emperor, are you trying to kill us all? Emperor God Xiao Luo roared. Nevertheless, the Black Emperor ignored him. Extreme North, Skybone Palace. Star and Moon was healing Tian Xin daily. They were pouring their powerful energy into Tian Xin's body. However, Star and Moon could not do anything about Tian Xin's cultivation being crippled. Unless it was a cosmos god, only then could Tian Xin recover his cultivation. When Xiao returns, she should have become a cosmos god. She should be able to help Tian Xin. Star and Moon felt helpless seeing how Tian Xin was sinking daily. Ding! Just as she finished healing Tian Xin, Star and Moon's communication jade pendant rang. After a moment, her face gradually turned gloomy. Luring me to the South Pole Great Land? This was an open conspiracy. An open conspiracy against her. But even though she knew it was an open conspiracy, she had to go. It was fine if it was the other two great beast clans. But the Phoenix clan was her benefactor. She could not leave them in the lurch. Black Emperor, Southern Tomb Sword Palace. Star and Moon was not someone who would be easily angered. But this time, she was thoroughly enraged. She immediately left the Skybone Palace. Through the inter-region teleportation array, she went through the territory of the Sky Array clan and arrived at the extreme south. The moment she entered the extreme south, she felt an aura that made her tremble. God Emperor Swordless. Star and Moon's expression was gloomy. The aura around her body trembled. Moon God Emperor, long time no see. The figure of God Emperor Swordless descended from the sky. It was as if everything had been prepared beforehand. You dare touch me? Star and Moon coldly said. Whoosh. God Emperor Swordless did not say anything. He stretched out his hand and a rolling power enveloped Star and Moon. Even though the latter was struggling, it was to no avail. Whoosh. With a flash of light, Star and Moon and God Emperor Swordless disappeared from the teleportation array. At the same time, the Black Emperor, who was fighting the four God Emperors in the extreme South Pole Great Land, received the news. Boom. After forcing the four God Emperors back with a punch, the Black Emperor coldly glanced at them and said disdainfully, "Count yourselves lucky this time." After saying that, the Black Emperor left the extreme South Pole Great Land. Southern Tomb Sword Palace, Sword Fighting Villa. The entire sword fighting villa was surrounded by a layer of terrifying sword aura. It was like a prison. Outside this sword aura stood two people. Master, aren't we going to kill her directly? The Black Emperor asked. God Emperor Swordless shook his head and said thoughtfully, the Moon God Emperor is still useful. If the ancient Sword Emperor returns, I can use the Moon God Emperor to threaten him. At that time, I won't be afraid of him not submitting. The Black Emperor gave God Emperor Swordless a thumbs up and chuckled, Master is still the best. I've already used a method to seal the sword fighting villa. Even the Bone Progenitor can't quietly rescue her. Just give her to me and don't make any mistakes, God Emperor Swordless said. But what if the Bone Progenitor comes? The Black Emperor asked. Would he dare to come? God Emperor Swordless said confidently. Soon, the news of the Moon God Emperor being trapped spread. When the Bone Progenitor heard the news, he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. God Emperor Swordless, this despicable person. Rumble. Several God Emperor projections descended on the sword-fighting villa at the same time. God Emperor Swordless, don't you think you've gone overboard? The Bone Progenitor roared angrily. Beside the Bone Progenitor were the God Emperor of Destruction, the God Emperor of Heaven Array, and the God Emperor of Samsara. These God Emperors were all God Emperors who had friendly relations with Fang Chen. They had come together to rescue the Moon God Emperor. Bone Progenitor, you dare to behave atrociously in my territory? God Emperor Swordless said coldly. Swordless, release the Moon God Emperor, the God Emperor of Destruction said indifferently. Don't you need to involve your family in the grudge between you and the ancient Sword Emperor? The God Emperor of Heaven Array asked. You're one of the top God Emperors in the God realm. What you're doing is really inappropriate. Are you afraid of the ancient Sword Emperor? Are you afraid of being defeated by him, so you want to use the Moon God Emperor to threaten him? The God Emperor of Samsara said. Boom. The God Emperor of Samsara's words caused the aura around God Emperor Swordless to rage. Are you trying to test my patience? Within the space of stone fragments, inside the Star River Palace, Fang Chen sat cross-legged on the ground. He was getting closer and closer to the three great thrones. He was comprehending the mysteries of the 6 great laws. At the same time, he was also prying into the trajectory of the laws driven by the origin of the universe. This was a long process. There was no point in being anxious. He didn't know what was happening in the outside world. He also didn't know that his disciples' cultivation had been destroyed by the Black Emperor. His wife was imprisoned by the God Emperor of Swordless. If he knew, he would definitely be furious. Buzz. His comprehension of the 6 great laws reverberated in his mind. The 6 different laws merged into the sea of laws. Fang Chen stood on the wooden boat and drifted alone. The laws of the miniature universe were created by the Star River Ancestor. The 6 great laws were also evolved by the Star River Ancestor. As long as I fully understand the evolution process of the 6 great laws, I will be able to pry into the trajectory of the origin of the universe. Fang Chen thought to himself. For error-free novel reading, please visit Friends. Please bookmark this website to read the latest novels. You can search for and find this website immediately. The author recommends a free novel app for your phone. A large number of good novels can be downloaded and read offline. A large number of novels are free for you to read. You can switch fonts and have a complete night mode. Download method: Lei Shidushi to install the novel app. Chapter 2045. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Destruction, creation, time, space, reincarnation, fate. Love go little say W. Chu please search. Novels. The 6 great laws complemented and intertwined with each other to form the most perfect operating order. The 6 great laws each performed their own duties and did not interfere with each other, but they could be integrated together. It was very mysterious. If he wanted to understand the mysteries within, he had to completely comprehend the 6 great laws. The destruction law, when cultivated to the extreme, could destroy everything. Of course, the destruction of everything here was only relative and not absolute. However, from this point, one could also see the dominance of the destruction law. The creation law was the opposite of the destruction law. It could create all things. This was the so-called creation of all things with a thought. With Fang Chen's current level, he could not reach the realm of creation with a thought. For a divine emperor, 100 years was just a snap of the fingers. Time passed, and Fang Chen was comprehending the Tao. Fang Shi and the virtual shadow were waiting. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. It was rare for Fang Chen to go into seclusion for 10 years in one go in his previous cultivation career. However, it was different this time. What he wanted to comprehend was the extreme of martial arts, the ultimate mystery of the 6 great laws, the operating order of the universe's origin. This involved the mysteries of the universe and was difficult to comprehend in a short period of time. 10 years was just the beginning. Fang Chen spent 100 years to comprehend the ultimate mystery of the destruction law. Because he cultivated the destruction sword Tao, the time he spent comprehending the destruction law was relatively short. After that, he spent 800 years to comprehend the creation law. In 3,000 years, he comprehended the time law, and in another 2,000 years, he comprehended the space law. The reincarnation law took slightly less time, 1,000 years. The fate law was the most complicated and mysterious of the 6 great laws, so it took the longest time to comprehend this law, which took more than 4,000 years. Boom! At a certain moment, Fang Chen opened his eyes. He stood up, and the 6 great rules attached to his body gave him a very comfortable feeling. In just over 9,900 years, he had thoroughly comprehended the ultimate arcana of the 6 rules, allowing him to have a deeper understanding of the martial path. At that moment, he immediately recognized the throne that the Patriarch of the Galaxy had once cultivated. The first throne. Fang Chen's body rumbled as he took a step forward and landed on the first throne. Even though there was a terrifying power blocking him, he still relied on his overwhelming power to sit on the throne. Voila! When he sat on the throne, the terrifying repulsive force instantly disappeared. An illusory thought appeared in front of him. Little fellow, when you're here, it means that you've overcome all difficulties and sat on the throne. An indifferent voice rang out. You should know who I am, right? The fact that you are able to make it this far means that you are qualified to leave the miniature universe and head to the vast chaos void. When I first created the galaxy universe, I left in a hurry due to some matters, so I didn't leave anything behind. The patriarch of the galaxy universe continued, the chaos void is very vast, and there are hundreds of millions of miniature universes. If you head to the chaos void, you must be well prepared. Once you get lost in the chaos, it'll be very scary. For this reason, I've left a map. A map? Fang Chen was overjoyed. He hadn't expected the patriarch of the galaxy universe to leave behind a map. The chaos void was too vast, and there were countless miniature universes like the galaxy universe. Therefore, if he wanted to explore, he had to have a map. Only then would it be safer. However, because the chaos is too vast, I don't know exactly how big it is. The map I left behind is only a map of the void star sky. However, it's enough for you at your current stage. For my junior, this is all I can do. You still have to rely on yourself for the rest of your journey. As soon as the patriarch of the galaxy universe finished speaking, a terrifying power suddenly drilled into Fang Chen's body. Buzz. Fang Chen felt that his concept of the martial Tao was undergoing a huge change. This is a part of the research of the martial Tao left behind by the patriarch of the galaxy universe. Fang Chen was overjoyed. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged and began studying. At the same time, an illusory map of the nebula appeared in his mind. This was a map of the void star sky. Outside the galaxy palace. Senior, it's been almost 10,000 years. Why hasn't my father come out yet? Fang Shi was slightly anxious. It's just 10,000 years. Some people can spend a few 100,000 years or even a few million years just by taking a short nap. The illusory figure chuckled. That father of yours has great potential after birth. Furthermore, he is very tenacious. If he wants to break through to the cosmos god realm, he has to experience many trials and tribulations. Do you think everyone is like you, automatically becoming a cosmos god after reaching adulthood? Even becoming an existence beyond the cosmos god realm isn't too difficult. Fang Shi pouted. He did not speak. Actually, after she stepped into the cosmos god realm, she felt that her strength had slowed down. Naturally, this was related to her being too lazy to cultivate. Even if her talent was great, if she did not cultivate diligently, her strength would not increase too much. Who knows, when father comes out, he might be stronger than me. Fang Shi thought in his heart. Divine realm, easternmost land. In another 100 years, it will be the time of the armistice agreement. By then, the divine realm will be annihilated. The sacred light religious leader said confidently. A terrifying light surged around his body. During this period of 9,000 years, the sacred light religious leader had absorbed all the faith energy from the entire sacred light religion into his body. Even though he could not step into the cosmos god realm, he was abnormally strong. If I were to meet God Emperor Swordless again, I can kill him within 3 moves. The sacred light religious leader thought. With his current strength, he had a certain chance of winning even if he were to meet the weakest cosmos god. Religious leader, everything is ready except for the east wind. The vice-religious leader chuckled. I heard that God Emperor Swordless captured the moon god emperor. The sacred light religious leader suddenly asked. God Emperor Swordless seems to be afraid of the talented ancient sword emperor. He is afraid that ancient sword emperor would return to the divine realm and bring him pressure. Hence, he captured the moon god emperor to threaten ancient sword emperor at the crucial moment. The vice-religious leader said. When the sacred light religious leader heard that, his face was filled with disdain. Truly trash. A powerful god emperor actually did such a shameful thing. If not for the martial oath, the sacred light religious leader would have acted long ago. 100 years later, The divine realm will belong to our sacred light religious leader. The sacred light religious leader's eyes emitted a golden light as he coldly said, "Easternmost land, southern tomb sword palace." After being trapped for 9,000 years, the moon god emperor did not change much. Furthermore, God Emperor Swordless did not treat her too harshly. After all, she was a hostage and had an important use. Huala! God Emperor Swordless entered the sword battle manor. He narrowed his eyes. "Are you afraid?" The moon god emperor asked. "Why would I be afraid?" God Emperor Swordless spread his hands and sneered. "You are afraid. Afraid that you will be defeated by my husband. Actually, you have already lost." The moon god emperor continued. "Nonsense. I, God Emperor Swordless, am invincible in the divine realm. What can a mere ancient sword emperor do to me? After the sacred light religious leader is destroyed, I will personally twist ancient sword emperor's head off." God Emperor Swordless said coldly. "Don't worry, I will let you see it with your own eyes." "I'm afraid you won't have that chance," the moon god emperor said calmly. God Emperor Swordless snorted coldly and turned to leave. The entire divine realm was incomparably oppressive. This was the rhythm before the storm. Everyone knew that an unprecedented war was unavoidable. Originally, they thought that with God Emperor Swordless and Ancient Sword Emperor working together, they could suppress the sacred light religious leader. But now, it was a little dangerous. For 10,000 years, Fang Chen had disappeared without a trace. The bone progenitor and the others had almost turned the entire divine realm upside down, but they could not find any trace of him. Even Empress Shi, the famous 3-year-old empress, disappeared with him. This was the greatest mystery of the divine realm in 10,000 years. Rumble, 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 the sky and earth changed. Dark clouds filled the sky, completely covering the clear sky. The divine realm shook. All the god emperors floated in the air at the same time, their faces gloomy. A thunderous voice resounded through the sky. The war was about to come. For novels to read, please visit. Friends, please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. You can search for and find this site immediately. /+ come quickly. Jialishi download mobile app. Chapter 2046. Genius 1 second remember love go little. We provide you with interesting novels to read. The god emperors of the god world were all paying attention to the situation in the easternmost land. The sacred light religion leader was also eyeing the god emperors of the god world. The ceasefire agreement hadn't come yet, so both sides didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, violating the oath of the martial path wouldn't be a joke. The two sides were in a standoff, and the atmosphere in the god world was oppressive. Reincarnation Palace. God Emperor Ling Shi was also paying attention to the situation in the easternmost land. At the same time, her beautiful eyes were fixed on the Reincarnation Pagoda. For nearly 10,000 years, the Reincarnation Pagoda had been very quiet. But today, it was unusually violent. Are the four of them coming out? God Emperor Ling Shi muttered to herself. When Fang Chen left, he had entrusted the four of them to her care. She had taken care of them for 10,000 years. Being able to last 10,000 years in the Reincarnation Pagoda was enough to show their great potential. Boom! Sure enough, as God Emperor Ling Shi expected, the Reincarnation Pagoda shone with golden light. The terrifying power of the laws of reincarnation instantly swept through the huge Reincarnation Palace. Whoosh! A golden beam of light shot out from the Reincarnation Pagoda, followed by wild laughter in the sky. Ha ha ha, I've finally become a god emperor. It was Little Mouse's voice. After 10,000 years, he had finally stepped into the god emperor realm. Moreover, he was the only heaven-devouring god rat in the entire universe to have stepped into the god emperor realm. Where are Xiao Huang and the others? Little Mouse somersaulted a few times in the sky, then landed on the ground. The aura around him was so strong that even God Emperor Ling Shi felt a little stifled. So strong. God Emperor Ling Shi stared at Little Mouse, her heart trembling. At that moment, 3 golden lights shot out from the Reincarnation Pagoda. The scene was spectacular. The terrifying aura of a god emperor spread out, shocking everyone. Ha ha ha, we've finally broken through. The four fellows looked at each other, their faces filled with excitement. Among them, Little Mouse and Xiao Huang's auras were obviously the strongest. Xiao Hai and Pangolin's were comparatively weaker. "Brother Shu, how is it?" Xiao Huang asked hurriedly. "It's more than enough to deal with the strongest God Emperors," the Little Mouse grinned. "Congratulations." God Emperor Ling Shi walked up to the four of them and chuckled. "Where's boss?" Little Mouse asked. "Your boss left 10,000 years ago," God Emperor Ling Shi said. "He seemed to have something important to do, so he asked me to take care of you. Let's go and find boss." After not seeing boss for 10,000 years, they were also very excited. After bidding farewell to God Emperor Ling Shi, the four God Emperors quickly left the reincarnation hall and returned to the Skybone Palace. However, just as they were about to reach Golden Peak Island, they encountered a violent storm. Then, Xiao Huang's face gradually turned serious. "What's wrong?" Little Mouse was the first to notice Xiao Huang's abnormality. He asked hurriedly. "I can feel the royal ants approaching. They are very, very strong," Xiao Huang said. For Xiao Huang to say so, the royal ants must be very strong. "No matter how strong they are, as long as they come, we brothers will help you destroy them," Little Mouse said with a wave of his hand. Rumble. The waves on the surface of the sea were turbulent. Suddenly, a terrifying water pillar shot up into the sky. Above the water pillar, there was a huge royal ant. Its pitch-black eyes were fixed on Xiao Huang. "If I devour you, I will become the true royal ant of this era of the universe," the huge royal ant said in a deep voice. After waking up from his slumber, he had been searching for the heavenly devil ant emperor. But later, he found out that the heavenly devil ant emperor had died long ago. After 10,000 years, he had devoured all the royal ants in the god world. Just now, he had sensed the aura of the royal ant emperor, so he rushed over. "Big guy, you're just like that. You want to devour my brother? Have you asked for my permission?" Little Mouse curled his lips. "The four of us brothers will attack together and kill this big guy," Little C said. "I have just stepped into the celestial the Archrealm and haven't really made a move yet. If I devour him, I can become the royal ant," Xiao Huang said. The other three guys knew how important Xiao Huang was to the royal ant position. It could be said that as a royal ant, his ultimate goal was to become the royal ant. Now, the opportunity was right in front of them. Little Mouse and the other two wanted to use practical actions to help Xiao Huang. "Xiao Huang, the four of us will work together and cripple him first. Then, you can devour him. It will be faster this way," Little Mouse said. "We are anxious to see our boss." The four of them came to a unanimous decision. Then, they unleashed their terrifying celestial the Archrealm aura. "After so many years, you have all forgotten my majesty," the huge royal ant sneered. Wild aura spread out and fought with Little Mouse and the other three. 15 minutes later, a miserable shriek came from the huge royal ant's mouth. Although he was a powerful royal ant that had fought with the demonic heavenly ant emperor before, he couldn't resist Little Mouse and the other three at all. He was crippled in an instant. Blood splattered all over the sky. 2 of his antennae were also cut off. Such a weakling dares to fight with Xiao Huang for the royal ant. What a joke. Little Mouse sneered. "Yeah, Xiao Huang, hurry up and devour him," Little C said with a smile. "Luckily, the four of us have all broken through to the celestial the Archrealm. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome if we met this ugly guy," Pangolin said. The four of them were very talented. They were almost invincible in the same realm. Now that they had entered the celestial the Archrealm, their strength had far surpassed the first and second stage celestial theurges. They were already comparable to the third stage celestial theurges. With the four of them working together, one could imagine what benefits the huge royal ant could reap. "I can't accept this," the royal ant race raised its head and roared angrily. Countless years ago, he was defeated by the demonic heavenly ant emperor and fell into an endless slumber. Now that he had finally recovered and returned, he was defeated by an unknown royal ant. He could not accept this. However, it was to no avail. Under Xiao Huang's powerful devouring power, the huge royal ant's body gradually disappeared. Dawn. When Goldie absorbed all of the royal ant tribe's power, his body underwent an earth-shattering change. Roar. With a roar, Xiao Huang transformed into his original form. His body expanded rapidly and was covered with a layer of golden light. At the same time, the violent royal ant's power condensed into a golden crown above his head. Royal Ant Little Mouse and the other two were overjoyed. The royal ant was the supreme existence of the royal ant tribe, whether in terms of status or strength. Once one became the royal ant, he would be able to rule over all the ants in the universe. It was a great honor. Xiao Huang had gone through countless efforts and finally became the royal ant Dong. The turbulent sea instantly calmed down. Xiao Huang transformed into his human form again with a smile on his face. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Xiao Huang asked in surprise. Hey, you're already the royal ant. Why haven't you changed? Little Mouse asked curiously. Yeah, we thought you'd become even uglier. Little C chuckled. Actually, it's not that you haven't changed. You're a little better looking. You can finally integrate into our circle of people who rely on their faces to make a living. Pangolin, who usually did not like to joke, was teasing Xiao Huang. You guys, Xiao Huang was helpless. Being with these three bad friends, he had to accept their occasional craziness. Forget it, I don't want to lower myself to your level, Xiao Huang said deliberately. At this moment, Little Mouse remembered. By the way, Xiao Huang, you're the royal ant of the god realm. Quickly come up with a title. I've already thought about it. I'll be called Astro Emperor. Xiao Huang said with a smile, everything I have today is given to me by Boss. Without Boss, there would be no me. Shouldn't the three of us also have titles? Little Mouse chuckled. Brother Mouse, you're the heaven-devouring divine rat. How about the heaven-devouring divine emperor? Xiao Huang said. Okay, from now on, I'm the heaven-devouring divine emperor. Immediately after, Little C and Pangolin were also given the title of divine emperor. Divine Emperor Pegasus, Divine Emperor Mountain Pisser. Let's go. The four of us will go see Boss first and then travel the god realm. Little Mouse said with a smile, who dares to bully us? The divine emperors did not care about the waves in the West Sea at all. Their eyes were focused on the holy light religion in the easternmost land. For novels to read, please visit. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. You can search for and find this site immediately. Chapter 2047. Genius 1 second. Remember love go little? I will provide you with interesting novels to read. Heavenly Bone Palace. DTCOM. Little Mouse and the other three quickly returned. However, after searching the entire Heavenly Bone Palace, they couldn't find any trace of Boss. Hey, Boss is not here. Let's go. I found Tian Xin. Let's ask him. Little Mouse rushed to Tian Xin's residence. Tian Xin. Tian Xin, who was in a daze, suddenly heard someone calling him. He quickly turned around and found that it was Little Mouse and the other three. Tian Xin, Boss. Before Little Mouse could finish his words, he found Tian Xin's abnormality. He quickly walked to Tian Xin's side and grabbed Tian Xin's wrist. Instantly, he was furious. Who did this? The other three guys were also furious. They were all shouting that they wanted to take revenge for Tian Xin. Tian Xin shook his head and was unwilling to say. I can endure this injury. I don't want anyone to get hurt because of me. Boom. The four of them released their God Emperor aura and said, the four of us are already God Emperors. If we join hands, we won't be in any danger in God world. You are Boss's disciple, but you met with such a calamity. No matter what, we have to take revenge for you. Tian Xin, where is Boss? Under the four guys' questioning, Tian Xin finally told them everything that happened in the past 10,000 years. After they heard it, their hearts were filled with unprecedented anger. Crippling Tian Xin's cultivation and imprisoning sister-in-law. There is no need for South Tomb Sword Palace to exist. Little Mouse suppressed his anger and said, Boss and she must have gone to Yuan Desolation Land. Since they are not around, we have to take on the responsibility of saving sister-in-law. Xiao Huang said. How is it? Do you have confidence in encircling South Tomb Sword Palace? Little Hai asked. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. Little Mouse was furious. He took the lead and left Heavenly Bone Palace. The experts of God World basically gathered at the border of the easternmost land to confront Holy Light religion. God Emperor Swordless also gathered with the strongest God Emperors. Wujian, the 10,000-year period is about to come. Next, we'll have to rely on you, God Emperor Destruction said. Don't worry. With me around, nothing will happen to the divine world. God Emperor Swordless said indifferently. In any case, he had to destroy Holy Light religion first. However, just as Emperor God Swordless was chatting with the other Emperor Gods, there was a sudden tremor from the extreme south. What's going on? God Emperor Destruction was confused. Battle ripples, it seems like God Emperors are fighting. All the God Emperors of the divine world are here. Who is fighting the Black Emperor? God Emperor Swordless' pitch-black eyes stared in the direction of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Right at this moment, a miserable shriek resounded throughout the entire God realm. Master, save me. The God Emperors were all shocked when they heard this. The voice belonged to the Black the Arch. Their hearts trembled. The Black the Arch was a second-tier top-notch God Emperor. Who could force the Black the Arch into such a state? Courting death. Emperor God Swordless bellowed. He tore open the void and returned to the South Tomb Sword Palace. The Sword Palace of the South Tomb had already been reduced to ruins. Only the Sword Battle Villa remained unscathed due to the powerful barriers. Sister-in-law, wait till we destroy the South Tomb Sword Palace, then we will save you. Little Mouse said to Star and Moon. Then, he started a massacre on the people of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Miserable shrieks could be heard from the South Tomb Sword Palace. In the blink of an eye, the South Tomb Sword Palace was in a sorry state. Almost all the ordinary martial artists were dead. The combined attack of the 4 God Emperors was too powerful. Even the Black Emperor was prepared to run away. Unfortunately, the 4 of them came in anger. How could they let the Black Emperor escape? You were the one who destroyed Tian Xin's cultivation? The 4 of them surrounded the Black Sovereign in the middle. The little rat punched the Black Sovereign hard, and the latter's bones were instantly shattered. Then, you can go and die. The 4 of them launched their strongest attacks. The Black Emperor could not resist at all. Stop. Right at this moment, the void tore open and a terrifying vortex appeared. Within the vortex, a furious roar could be heard. You can't stop it. Little Mouse used the heaven-devouring God Rat's powerful ability and destroyed the Black Emperor's primordial spirit. When God Emperor Swordless arrived, the Black Emperor was already dead. Seeing the corpse on the ground, God Emperor Swordless was furious. It's you guys. God Emperor Swordless' gaze swept across the 4 of them. He said coldly, do you know the consequences of doing this? Old man, don't act tough here. The 4 of us are here to destroy the South Tomb Sword Palace, Little Mouse said. Good, very good. God Emperor Swordless' anger had reached a certain level. He held the huge black sword in his hand and slashed it down, splitting the ground into 2. All of you must die. Rumble. The battle between the 4 God Emperors and God Emperor Swordless shocked the entire God world. The many God Emperors at the edge of the easternmost land sent their projections down. It was a shocking scene. Below, the flames of war continued and people were dying. The South Tomb Sword Palace had turned into ruins. Other than God Emperor Swordless, everyone else had died, including the Black Emperor. Aren't the 4 of them God Emperor Swordless spiritual pets? Oh my God, God Emperor Swordless spiritual pets have all entered the God Emperor realm? Is the Golden Age really here? Many God Emperors exclaimed. They couldn't accept the sudden appearance of 4 God Emperors. What shocked them even more was that the 4 of them could fight God Emperor Swordless even if they worked together. They really destroyed the South Tomb Sword Palace? At this moment, the Sacred Light Religion Master sneered in the sky above the easternmost land. The cultivators of the God world have always been like this. Infighting seemed to be a trait of the human race. H, you guys fight first. It won't be long before the entire God world is mine. The 4 God Emperors became famous in the God world. While they were fighting God Emperor Swordless, Fang Chen, who was comprehending the Tao in the Star Palace, suddenly opened his eyes. Every action of his could cause the origin of the universe to move. His entire body was wrapped by the laws and orders. It was as if his willpower could represent the willpower of the cosmos. This was the result of cultivating the laws and orders to the limit. Ancestor Star River is truly formidable. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The other party had merely cultivated here and left behind some aura, yet it gave him such a huge harvest. I have 1 foot in the cosmos god realm. I just need to absorb some more of the origin of the cosmos before breaking through. Fang Chen thought. Huala. The door opened, and Fang Chen walked out. Father. Fang Shi excitedly called out. Did you really succeed? After sensing the aura on Fang Chen's body, the illusory figure knew that he had succeeded. He didn't dare to imagine that someone would succeed in this cosmos epoch. Many thanks, Senior. After exchanging a few words with Fang Shi, Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked the illusory figure. The illusory figure waved his hand and laughed. Your Hutian potential is amazing. You are the most heaven-defying genius I have seen in the past dozen epochs. Stepping into the cosmos god realm is no longer an obstacle for you. It's just that the origin of this miniature cosmos is too thin. After you leave the miniature cosmos and head to the primal chaos void, you can become a cosmos god. Furthermore, with your current strength, even if you don't become a cosmos god, you can still fight against cosmos gods. The current Fang Chen was the strongest god emperor in reality. I knew that father is the best. Fang Shi smiled brilliantly. Only his father could fight against cosmos gods as a god emperor. Senior, how long have I been comprehending the Tao? Fang Chen asked. About 10,000 years. What? Fang Chen's expression changed greatly when he heard that. He anxiously said, Damn it, 10,000 years have passed. I wonder how the war between the sacred light religion and the deity world is progressing. Thinking of this, he hurriedly cupped his fists. Senior, I have completed all the trials and obtained what I want. Can I leave this place now? Of course. The illusory figure laughed. The war between the deity world and the sacred light religion has yet to erupt. You don't have to be too worried. After you are done with the matters in the deity world and are prepared to head to the primal chaos void, you can make a trip here. Senior, how do I find this stone fragment space by then? Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief before asking. Your body contains the aura of the Star River ancestor. As long as you release it, the Star River space will naturally sense your existence and bring you here. Error-free novel reading. Please visit friends. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. You can search for and find this site immediately. This is a mobile app launched by this site. It provides you with rich novel resources and supports reading without the internet, for the sake of saving mobile data. Sheng Wangle. Chapter 2048. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. At the bottom of the North Sea, 2 figures suddenly appeared. Everyone, please search. Novels. MN. Fang Chen and Fang Shi, who had just come out from the stone fragment space, suddenly felt the oppressive air. What's going on? Fang Chen immediately spread out his spiritual sense and discovered the many god emperors who were confronting the holy light religion. Huala! The father and daughter pair floated out of the water. Fang Shi's face immediately turned gloomy. Mother has been imprisoned, Fang Shi said in a low voice. What? Who dares to imprison Yua? Fang Chen's chest was burning with anger. South Tomb Sword Palace. Saying that, Fang Shi grabbed his father's arm and tore through the void, arriving above the South Tomb Sword Palace. To cosmos gods, they could travel across the entire deity world with a thought. Little Mouse and the other 3? Fang Chen saw Little Mouse and the other 3 at a glance. They were currently fighting with God Emperor Swordless. The South Tomb Sword Palace had already turned into ruins. And above the ruins, the intact sword battle manor was very conspicuous. When Fang Chen saw that beautiful figure in the sword battle manor, the anger in his heart reached its peak. Daring to deal with my mother, I want him to die. Fang Shi was prepared to act, but he was stopped by Fang Chen. Go save your mother first. Xiu. God Emperor Swordless set up a seal, but to Fang Shi, it was simply an insignificant skill. With a light wave of his hand, the powerful seal was shattered. Xing Yu, who had been pacing back and forth in the sword-fighting villa, suddenly missed her husband and daughter. She was extremely excited. Brother Chen, 11-0. Xing Yu's body trembled. She quickly ran over and hugged the two of them. Yua, I've let you suffer. Yua's pale face made Fang Chen feel pain in his heart. It was all his fault that Star and Moon became like this. Mother, no one will bully you in the future. Fang Shi said. Brother Chen, hurry up and save Little Mouse and the others, Star and Moon suddenly said. Shi take good care of your mother. Fang Chen took a step forward and entered the battlefield. At this moment, the four fellas who were surrounding Emperor God Swordless suffered a huge impact. Their bodies were like kites as they flew out. Voila! Just as they were flying backwards, they suddenly felt a heavy power forcefully blocking their bodies. When they steadied themselves, they realized that their boss had returned. Boss, you're back? The four of them surrounded Fang Chen excitedly. Boss, you're finally back. This guy imprisoned sister-in-law. The four of us can't beat him, Xiao Huang said. Boss, this guy is too despicable. We must kill him. Tian Xin's cultivation was crippled by them. Little C said. Hearing that, Fang Chen's face changed. Immediately, his pitch-black eyes stared at Emperor God Swordless. Ancient Sword Emperor? Emperor God Swordless didn't expect that he would meet Ancient Sword Emperor again in such a manner. Emperor God Swordless, you're not bad. You imprisoned my wife and crippled my disciples' cultivation, Fang Chen said calmly. The calmer he was, the more terrifying it was. At this moment, the many Emperor gods who were watching the battle at the edge of the easternmost land were shocked. Ancient Sword Emperor is back. It was unknown who shouted, but instantly, countless warriors were shouting Ancient Sword Emperor's name. Bone Progenitor was also very excited. I knew you would come back. 10,000 years ago, Ancient Sword Emperor's strength was already comparable to Emperor God Swordless. 10,000 years later, I wonder how strong he is now. Imprisoned Ancient Sword Emperor's wife and crippled his disciples' cultivation. Ancient Sword Emperor's heart was burning with anger. This battle will not end until one of us dies. Hurry up and ask Emperor God of Destruction to persuade them. We can't have internal strife in front of a great enemy. The other Emperor gods were also trying to kill Emperor God of Destruction. Emperor God of Destruction's projection descended and cupped his hands at Fang Chen. Ancient Sword Emperor, it's a great fortune for God Realm that you can come back. However, can you put down your personal grudges for the sake of the enemy? The Holy Light Religion's master is extremely powerful. Only if you and Emperor God Swordless work together can you suppress him. I hope that both of you can restrain yourselves. After Holy Light Religion is destroyed, you can do whatever you want, Emperor God of Destruction said slowly. Fang Chen waved his hand and said, I came back this time to help God Realm get rid of Holy Light Religion. Emperor God of Destruction, you don't have to say much. Emperor God Swordless will die today. As for Holy Light Religion, you don't have to worry. They won't be able to do anything. Boom. Fang Chen's words were heard by all the experts in God Realm. Everyone cried out in surprise. How strong was Jiyu Zhendi? How could he be so confident in himself? Was it blind confidence or was he really powerful? In an instant, all the experts were discussing Ancient Sword Emperor and analyzing his growth in power over the past 10,000 years. This, Emperor God of Destruction didn't know what to say. However, Shen's gaze was firm. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly and stop trying to persuade him. Emperor God Swordless, who was floating in mid-air, stared at Fang Chen with his cold eyes. He was filled with murderous intent. Fang Chen, you are too arrogant. That's because I have the power, Fang Chen said. Hehe, what a boastful tone. I'd like to see how you are going to kill me today. Emperor God Swordless sneered. However, I have to remind you that your four brothers destroyed my foundation. I will not forget this grudge. After I kill you, I will kill everyone who has come in contact with you. Sword God Emperor Swordless body emitted a terrifying sword chi. He did not conceal his killing intent towards Fang Chen at all. At the moment when this fellow destroyed the South Tomb Sword Palace, his heart was filled with fury. As long as he was given more time, he would definitely be able to suppress these 4 fellows and kill them. But it's a pity that Fang Chen returned at this moment. Nevertheless, he returned at the right time. He did not sense any ripple of aura from Fang Chen. The latter should not have become a cosmos god yet. He had improved greatly over the past 10,000 years. He did not believe that Fang Chen could improve that much. Hence, this battle would be the battle for him to become the commander of the god realm. Boss, this old man is very strong. Let's work together. Little Mouse said in a low voice. That's right, boss. We must not be rash. Xiao Huang advised. They had personally experienced how powerful Emperor Godswordless was and were worried for their boss. No need. I can kill this kind of trash in a matter of minutes. Fang Chen's words were filled with confidence. The 4 of you should retreat to the sword battle manor and wait for me, Fang Chen said. Little Mouse and the other 3 understood their boss's personality. They gave him a deep look before returning to the sword battle manor. Sister-in-law, are you all right? Little Mouse asked. I'm fine. Moon God Emperor lightly shook her head. It's been 10,000 years since we last met. That little thing has already grown into a big girl. Little Mouse wanted to tease her. It's just that she was still feeling sad and angry about Tianxin's cultivation being crippled and her mother being imprisoned for 10,000 years. She was not in the mood to joke with Little Mouse and the others. You don't have to be too sad. That old thief Emperor Godswordless will definitely be killed by boss today. Little Mouse consoled. Fang Shi's beautiful eyes were filled with hatred as she glared at Emperor Godswordless. If not for father stopping me, I would have killed him long ago. At the same time, in the easternmost land. What a good show. The Sacred Light Religion leader laughed sinisterly as he watched the internal strife. The god emperors of the god realm are nothing to be afraid of. Before the war even started, there was already an internal strife. Furthermore, it is a war between the 2 strongest god emperors of the god realm. The vice-religion leader said one of them will definitely fall in this war, and the other will be heavily injured even if he doesn't die. Even the heavens are helping our Sacred Light Religion. However, what they did not know was that the other party did not treat them as anything. With Fang Shi's strength, she could wipe out the Sacred Light Religion with a thought. It's just that their attention was currently on Emperor Godswordless. At the same time, they were completely infuriated by the series of actions of Emperor Godswordless. They would deal with Emperor Godswordless first and take revenge before dealing with their Sacred Light Religion. But if cosmos gods wanted to hide their aura, they would not be able to detect it no matter how strong they were. Occupy the god realm and then devour the origin of the cosmos. Ha ha ha. The Sacred Light Religion leader seemed to have a beautiful life waiting for him as he laughed wildly. For novels to read, please visit. Friends, please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. You can search for and find this site immediately. This site is a godly tool for reading novels. All novels are updated at the speed of light, allowing fans to not have to wait in torment and not miss any exciting chapters. A must for bookworms. Follow the public on WeChat Xiangxiaoshuo download this site's reader. Chapter 2049. Genius 1 second remember love go little. I will provide you with interesting novels to read. Both sides were at daggers drawn. Emperor Godswordless purposely released a terrifying aura to increase the pressure on Fang Chen. Everyone, please search. Novels. However, in such a tense situation, Fang Chen suddenly said something that made no sense. Do you know what the real strongest emperor god is? Emperor Godswordless was stunned when he heard Fang Chen's words. Then, he sneered, no matter what you say, the title of the strongest emperor god will never fall on you. After saying so much, you actually don't know how strong the strongest emperor god is. Fang Chen spread his hands and said, the strongest emperor god is not the end of the emperor god realm. The real strongest emperor god is an expert that can shock the past and dazzle the present and sweep away everything. However, you will see it very soon. Fang Chen smiled mysteriously. The eyes of the entire god realm were fixed on the ruins of the South Tomb Sword Palace. They were waiting for the appearance of an unprecedented battle. After saying so much, does it mean that you have a guilty conscience? Are you trying to provoke me with words? Emperor God Swordless sneered as if he did not care about Fang Chen's plan. A guilty conscience can also destroy you, Fang Chen said indifferently. Boom. Under the ruins, an extremely terrifying sword aura suddenly surged. Emperor God Swordless spread his hands as if he was going to lift up the entire earth. Oh no, he is absorbing the aura of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Emperor God of Destruction shouted at the edge of the easternmost land. Each of the 7 top forces had their own unique aura. This aura was not something that could be formed in a day or two. The aura of the aura was extremely terrifying. It was completely compatible with the cultivation path of the South Tomb Sword Palace. At this moment, Emperor God Swordless was absorbing the aura of the South Tomb Sword Palace into his palms. He was going to suppress Fang Chen quickly. Aura of the South Tomb Sword Palace? Fang Chen curled his lips and said, "It's useless to struggle. Your outcome has already been decided. Love go little say W, Chu that's right." When the South Tomb Sword Palace provoked his disciple and wife, the swordless God Emperor's fate was already sealed. He had to die. Otherwise, the hatred in his heart would never be appeased. I hope you can still be so confident later. God Emperor Swordless, who was surrounded by terrifying auras, said coldly. Then, he waved his hand and an extremely rich foundation aura instantly entered his body. Southern Tomb Killing Sword. Emperor God Swordless bellowed and a supreme-grade true god weapon, the huge black sword, appeared in his palm. A murderous aura that was so terrifying that it made people tremble filled the surroundings of the huge black sword. At the same time, the rich aura of foundation quickly penetrated into it. The Southern Tomb Killing Sword was Emperor Swordless' strongest divine art so far. It was also a divine art that he created after taking that step, which had extremely strong offensive power. To be able to die under my strongest attack, you should be proud. Emperor God Swordless' voice came from the sky. It was extremely shocking. The air in the entire southernmost land was extremely oppressive. Some of the weaker martial artists prostrated themselves on the ground and their bodies trembled continuously. Even the emperor gods at the edge of the southernmost land were shocked. Emperor God Swordless is too strong. Yeah. Just the aura that he exudes is enough to make me tremble. Emperor God Swordless' strength has long surpassed ours. The first time he attacked, he used his trump card. He wants to intimidate the entire god world by killing Fang Chen. The 9 great emperor gods exclaimed in surprise. Bone Progenitor's face was solemn. Although he believed that his disciple wouldn't be reckless. After sensing Emperor God Swordless' aura, he was still worried. It's just a small trick. After the sword aura in Emperor God Swordless' body had accumulated to a certain level, he suddenly waved his hand and slashed out. The huge black sword pierced through the sky. Wherever it passed, the space shattered. The aura was so strong that it covered the entire southernmost land. The sword was fierce and overbearing. Its power was outstanding. However, Fang Chen stood there quietly without any fear in his eyes. Shio. The huge black sword brought along an aura that made the god emperors tremble. It suddenly slashed down on Fang Chen's body. At that moment, the wild sword aura engulfed Fang Chen's body. How is it? Many god emperors were curiously looking at the storm at the center of the battlefield. They were eager to know if Fang Chen could withstand the attack of Emperor God Swordless. Die! Emperor God Swordless felt the huge black sword pausing for a moment before increasing its strength. His face was filled with a sinister smile. Hong. Nevertheless, under the dumbfounded gaze of everyone, a black hole maelstrom appeared where Fang Chen stood. It rapidly devoured the terrifying sword aura storm. Following that, a tall figure with sword aura flashing around him resisted against the huge black sword of Emperor God Swordless. Heavens, he actually used his body to resist against it. I'm not dreaming. Is this real? Has he become a cosmos god? That previous attack of Emperor God Swordless shocked the other god emperors. They believed that it was impossible for them to resist against it. Even if the 9 of them worked together, they would still be in a difficult situation. But now, Fang Chen relied on his own strength to resist against the attack of the huge black sword. How could this be? Emperor God Swordless, who was preparing to reap the life of Fang Chen, had a huge change in expression. He cried out involuntarily, "You want to kill me with just this little strength?" Fang Chen grinned. He revealed a mocking smile. Soon after, while Emperor God Swordless was still in shock, Shui Ying gathered all his strength and punched out. Dong! It was a simple punch, yet it contained Fang Chen's strongest strength. If this strength was released, the entire extreme Southland would be destroyed. This was a strength comparable to that of a cosmos god. Ah! When Fang Chen's fist struck on the body of Emperor God Swordless, the latter let out a miserable cry. His body was directly sent flying. Catcher, because Fang Chen's fist was too strong, both arms of Emperor God Swordless were directly broken. Like a kite, he heavily smashed onto the ruins. The entire deity world was dead silent. Everyone stared at the scene with their mouths agape, as if they were dreaming. The hearts of the 9 supreme god emperors were also filled with a huge wave of shock. The gap between god emperors was actually so huge. Fang Chen had clearly not broken through, yet he could send Emperor God Swordless, who had surpassed the supreme god emperor, flying with a single punch. Is this real? Many people rubbed their eyes hard. They did not dare believe this scene. Hua la! After a long time, cheers could be heard in the world. Everyone was cheering for Fang Chen's strength. Even the 9 supreme god emperors were incomparably excited. Ha ha ha, I knew that Fang Chen wouldn't disappoint me. Bone Progenitor laughed the happiest. The deity world is saved. Ancient Sword Emperor's strength is no longer at the God Emperor level. His strength should be comparable to a cosmos god. On the ruins of the southern Tomb Sword Palace, Emperor God Swordless was covered in blood. He was in a sorry state. He stood up with difficulty. His eyes were filled with terror. I am not resigned to this. Emperor God Swordless roared towards the sky. He had planned for so many years, yet in the end, he failed because of Fang Chen. If he knew this would happen, why did he do it in the first place? Now, what else do you have to say? Fang Chen strolled in the void, walking towards Emperor God Swordless step by step. The latter closed his eyes in pain. He gritted his teeth and seemed to have made a difficult decision. Even if I die, I won't let you humiliate me. Saying that, Emperor God Swordless roared. He activated his strength and rushed towards Fang Chen. He wanted to use self-destruction to injure or even kill Fang Chen. Is that so? A murderous intent flickered in Fang Chen's eyes. He did not hesitate to slash out with his sword, destroying the body and primordial spirit of Emperor God Swordless. Hua la! Before he could self-destruct, the body of Emperor God Swordless disintegrated into nothingness. Wang! Only the trembling ruins below proved that Emperor God Swordless had fallen. A murderous aura could be felt in the air. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the extreme Southland. Many god emperors by the boundary of the extreme Eastland were excited, trembling, and ecstatic. And Sacred Light Religion religious leader who was above the Sacred Light Religion had a gloomy expression after seeing this. How could this be? How could he be so strong? Sacred Light Religion religious leader could not understand. He thought that he was the strongest god emperor. But after sensing Fang Chen's strength, he was shocked. No, I will definitely not let him destroy my plan. Definitely not. Sacred Light Religion religious leader roared with a savage expression. Error-free novel reading, please visit friends, please bookmark this website to read the latest novel. You can search for and find this website immediately. This is a mobile app launched by this website. It provides you with rich novel resources and supports reading without the internet, for the sake of saving mobile data. Sheng Wangle. Chapter 2050. Genius remembers love in 1 second divided by small. We provide you with exciting novels to read. Shock. Other than shock, there was still more shock. No one could describe the complicated feelings in their hearts at this moment. All along, Ancient Sword Emperor had been creating one legend after another. And this time, he killed God Emperor Swordless with a single strike. It was too shocking. God Emperor swordless strength was something that even the 9 strongest God Emperors couldn't defeat. Yet, such a powerhouse was so weak in Fang Chen's eyes. The funny thing was that God Emperor Swordless even imprisoned Ancient Sword Emperor's wife, wanting to use her to force Ancient Sword Emperor. In the end, he died on the spot. The eyes of the entire God realm were focused on Fang Chen. The latter turned around and landed in Sword Battle Villa. It's all in the past. When facing Moon God Emperor, Fang Chen blamed himself. If it wasn't for him, Yue wouldn't have been imprisoned for 10,000 years. It's fine. Star and Moon shook his head with an excited smile on his face. Little Mouse and the other 3 at the side were in an uproar. As expected of my boss. Aren't you too strong? Little Mouse opened his eyes wide and asked in disbelief. Yeah, the 4 of us are considered strong God Emperors, but we couldn't defeat God Emperor Swordless even if we worked together. Boss, you sent him flying with a single punch. Xiao Huang grinned. Amazing. Little Hai and Pangolin also gave him a thumbs up. Fang Chen patted Star and Moon's shoulder lightly and then smiled at his battle companions. The 4 of you have finally broken through. Fang Chen smiled. Boom, at this moment, a deafening sound rang in the sky of the God realm. It was as if heaven and earth had just been created. All the Emperor God experts turned their attention to the easternmost land. Their faces were filled with excitement. The enemy that had lasted for 10,000 years was finally going to be destroyed. Destroy Holy Light Religion. Everyone was shouting crazily. They knew that there was no suspense in this battle. No matter how strong Holy Light Religion's master was, he couldn't be Ancient Sword Emperor's opponent. Let's go. In the sky above the land of the Far East, the Sacred Light Religion master had a ferocious look on his face. He took the initiative to launch an attack. As he punched out, a large number of God Emperors were affected. Then, his figure flashed and he quickly disappeared into the sky. You want to leave? In the sword-fighting villa, Fang Shi muttered when he saw this. Soon after, fear appeared on the face of the Holy Light Religion's leader. His body uncontrollably flew to the sky above the land of extreme south. What happened? The Sacred Light Religion leader felt that his body was being restrained by a powerful force. This is the aura of a cosmos god. Finally, Sacred Light Religion master discovered the aura of a cosmos god. His gaze landed on the battle sword villa below. Empress Shi's eyes dilated. Her heart trembled. How is this possible? The Sacred Light Religion leader's face was filled with helplessness as he shouted crazily. Hoo. 9 omnipotent emperor gods descended onto the sky above the land of extreme south and surrounded the master of Holy Light. Ancient Sword Emperor, please make your move and kill the Holy Light Religion master. God Emperor Destruction clasped his fists towards Fang Chen and requested. He knew that it was impossible for the 9 of them to fight against the Sacred Light Religion leader. Fang Chen lightly nodded. Just as he was about to act, Fang Shi was 1 step ahead of him. Father, let me do it. Fang Shi's delicate figure leaped and arrived in front of the Sacred Light Religion leader. What was shocking was that the Sacred Light Religion leader did not move at all. She was terrified. Impossible. How can you be a cosmos god? The Sacred Light Religion leader crazily shouted, startling the 9 omnipotent god emperors around him. What? Cosmos god? At this moment, everyone recalled that Fang Shi had already stepped into the God Emperor realm at the age of 3 and was known as Emperor Shi. 10,000 years had passed, and it seemed reasonable for her to become a cosmos god. Even so, everyone was still shocked. A cosmos god has finally appeared. The 9 omnipotent god emperors tried their best to shake their heads. It felt like they were dreaming. A cosmos god had finally appeared in the Golden Age. This was the realm they wanted to reach after working hard for countless years. The Sacred Light Religion should not exist in the first place. Fang Shi's red lips parted slightly as she said with a delicate voice. Following that, her white finger lightly tapped out. At that moment, the world changed. The origin source energy of the cosmos tilted downwards, turning into a spear that pierced through the body of the Sacred Light Religion leader. Catcher. The Sacred Light Religion leader fell. Heavens! The 9 omnipotent god emperors felt their hearts trembling. Is this the technique of a cosmos god? Everyone exclaimed. With the death of the Sacred Light Religion leader, the Sacred Light Religion was like a headless fly. They did not have any ability to resist. I'll leave the rest to all of you. Fang Shi gave a brilliant smile. She returned to the sword battle manor to the side of her mother. Many thanks to Sir Fang Shi for acting and saving the divine realm. The gap between God Emperors and Cosmos gods was too huge. Even though God Emperor Destruction and the others were much older than Fang Shi, they still addressed Fang Shi as Sir. In the following period, the 9 omnipotent God Emperors worked together, causing the Sacred Light Religion in the easternmost land to crumble. In just 3 days, the Sacred Light Religion had completely become history in the divine realm. All the warriors were cheering. The divine realm had finally entered an era of peace. What was originally thought to be an unparalleled battle ended in such a manner. It was out of the expectations of all the God Emperors. After this battle, the names of ancient Sword Emperor and Fang Shi spread throughout the cosmos. Especially Fang Shi, he was addressed as Sir Shi by many warriors in the cosmos. His status was incomparably revered. Half a year after the Sacred Light Religion was wiped out, a new superpower appeared in the divine realm called the Divine Light Palace. The Divine Light Palace had just been established, yet it became the strongest superpower in the divine realm, surpassing the other 6 apex superpowers. Furthermore, the Divine Light Palace was recognized by many God Emperors as the ruling superpower. It had the authority to rule over any superpower in the divine realm. At the same time, the Divine Light Palace represented the origin source of the cosmos, managing the peaceful operation of the entire cosmos. And the founder of the Divine Light Palace was Cosmos God Fang Shi. The territory of the Divine Light Palace was the largest in the entire divine realm. It gathered the 2 regions of the extreme east and the extreme south, integrating all the big and small superpowers in these 2 regions, eventually forming the Divine Light Palace. Not long after the Divine Light Palace was established, Fang Shi used his own name to send out invitations, inviting all the God Emperors in the divine realm to gather at the Divine Light Palace. The headquarters of the Divine Light Palace was located near the Sword Mound, on the old site of the South Tomb Sword Palace. On this day, the headquarters of the Divine Light Palace was bustling with people coming and going. If it was during normal times, unless they had the permission of the higher-ups of the Divine Light Palace, even God Emperors would not dare to barge into the headquarters of the Divine Light Palace. But today, the headquarters of the Divine Light Palace was open to the public. Father, the God Emperors of the divine realm have all arrived. Let's go out. Fang Shi said with a brilliant smile. Fang Chen gently nodded. Ever since the Holy Light Religion was dealt with. After the Divine Light Religion was over, he had been living behind the scenes, accompanying his wife and daughter. He did not oppose Fang Shi establishing the Divine Light Palace. Instead, he supported it. His family and friends in the lower realm would ascend to the divine realm one day. It was not a bad choice to have a superpower to take care of them. He would eventually leave the Star River Cosmos. Before leaving, he had to establish a superpower so that he would not have any worries after leaving. The moment Fang Chen and his family of 3 came out, there were many God Emperors. Ha ha ha, congratulations Sir Shi. Many God Emperors greeted Fang Shi before nodding to Fang Chen. A family with 3 God Emperors was already a legend in the divine realm. Who would have thought that there would be a cosmos god among the 3 God Emperors? It would be hard for anyone to break this record in the future. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. Sit. Fang Shi waved his hand to the crowd before accompanying his parents to sit at the highest seat in the plaza. The 9 supreme God Emperors sat at the secondary seats. The other ordinary God Emperors sat at the lowest seats. Everyone, the divine realm might have entered an era of peace. But there might be more dangers in the future. Hence, I have called everyone here to discuss the future of the divine realm. Fang Chen slowly said. With ancient Sword Emperor and Sir Shi around, our divine realm will definitely be able to maintain peace. God Emperor Destruction said. That's right. The current Divine Light Palace is already on the right track. It is replacing the origin source of the cosmos to maintain the peace of the cosmos. Divine Light Palace is the judge of the cosmos. It can judge any superpower or warrior that destroys the cosmos. God Emperor Samsara nodded. This is something that we have all acknowledged. We hope that Divine Light Palace can lead the Divine Realm to continue moving forward. To read novels without mistakes, please visit. Friends, please bookmark this website to read the latest novels. You can search for and find this website immediately. The free mobile novel reader is online. Read all the novels that cost more than $1 million for free. Smart bookshelf management. The novels you like will never be lost. We are committed to creating a better reading experience. Come and follow the official WeChat account. Shaoshuoka Hujuan. Chapter 2051. Genius Remembering Love in 1 Second Divided by Small. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Everyone knew that on the surface, Fang Shi was the palace master of the Divine Light Palace, but the final decision-maker was Ancient Sword Emperor. It was not because he was Fang Shi's father, but because his strength was unfathomable. The 9 Supreme God Emperors suspected that Ancient Sword Emperor's strength was comparable to that of a cosmos god, and was comparable to Fang Shi. Of course, this was merely a guess. After all, no one had seen Ancient Sword Emperor fighting against a cosmos god. The Divine Light Palace is a superpower established by my daughter, and its fundamental purpose is to maintain the peace of the cosmos. Everyone is right. Since the Divine Light Palace has the strength, it will definitely not pass on this responsibility and be a good leader, Fang Chen said. I hope that from today onwards, the various superpowers in the deity world can coexist peacefully. Following that, Fang Chen gave a series of speeches. Many god emperors were listening attentively. This concerned the future of the deity world, and they did not dare to be careless. And at the other banquets, Tian Xin, Qing Hu and the others naturally became the focus of everyone. Many talented young geniuses were trying to rope in these people who had a good relationship with Fang Chen. After the Great War ended, Fang Shi used his cosmos god techniques to restore Tian Xin's cultivation. Not only did he restore it, he even improved it by a level. The entire banquet was extremely short, ending in just 3 days. After the various god emperors left, they all returned to their own superpowers and made different arrangements. Everyone knew that from today onwards, the strongest superpower in this cosmos would be the Divine Light Palace. The 6 apex superpowers were willing to submit to the Divine Light Palace. The status of the Divine Light Palace was transcendent, and the standards for recruiting disciples were very strict. Little Mouse and the other 3 started touring the deity world after the Great War ended. On the other hand, Fang Chen had once again arrived at the Yuan Desolation Impasse. Yin-Yang Valley, on the stone platform. The white-bearded old man and old Kuei sat cross-legged, sighing. Kid, you were just a divine emperor the last time I came. I didn't expect you to become the strongest emperor god in just 10,000 years. The white-bearded old man sighed. He and old Kuei had been paying attention to the great battle. After Shen dealt with Emperor God Swordless, they knew his true strength. It was no exaggeration to say that Fang Chen's current strength could be considered the strongest emperor god in the Chaos Void. Senior, I feel like I've reached a bottleneck. It was hard to break through to the cosmos god realm within this miniature cosmos. I'm preparing to reunite with my family. I'll stay for a while before leaving the miniature universe. Fang Chen cupped his fists at the two of them. MN, the stronger the god emperor realm, the greater the energy required to step into the cosmos god realm. Even though you are a god emperor now, your strength should be able to fight against ordinary cosmos gods. The origin source energy of the miniature cosmos is scarce, and it is hard to break through. Old Kuei said. Fang Chen, when you leave the outer realm cosmos, you must be careful. Find the Limitless Sword sect as soon as possible. If there's an opportunity, I hope someone from the sect will come and fetch me. The white-bearded old man said. After waiting for so many years, his hope was rekindled. Elder White, rest assured. If I find the Limitless Sword sect, I'll definitely get someone from the sect to fetch you. Fang Chen promised. In reality, reaching the realm of Fang Chen, he was much stronger than the white-bearded old man and old Kuei. The two of them did not have anything they could help Fang Chen with. They could only inform Fang Chen about the situation within the Limitless Sword sect and the Cosmos God realm. Ding! The white-bearded old man lightly tapped with his finger. At that moment, a large amount of information entered the mind of Fang Chen. This is some information on the Cosmos God realm and the general introduction of the Limitless Sword sect. I hope it will be useful to you. The white-bearded old man said. The sacred light religion has been wiped out, and the deity world has entered an era of peace. Prepare well. Since you have a lot of time, there's no need for you to leave in a hurry. Old Kuei said. After bidding farewell to Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man, Fang Chen made a trip back to the lower realm. He personally remodeled the green bamboo island. The density of spiritual energy within was something no place in the lower realm could compare with. He told them about his thoughts. Some of his loved ones wanted to head to the deity world. And some were used to living a carefree life and chose to stay behind. There were also some like his mother, Luo Liu Li, who wished to rely on their own efforts to ascend to the deity world. His parents on Earth had also cultivated to a stage where they could protect themselves due to the large amount of resources he left behind. The two of them did not have any desires. They only wished to spend more time with their son. Hence, they followed Fang Chen to the deity world. Fang Chen specially opened up a space in the Divine Light Palace. He arranged for his loved ones from the lower realm to cultivate in this space. If they needed anything, they could find the higher-ups of the Divine Light Palace. It took him half a month to settle everything down. Divine Light Palace, Star Moon Palace Hall. Fang Chen sat on a stone stool. He was feeling the large amount of information transmitted into his mind. Cosmos God. His gaze landed on the detailed information regarding the Cosmos Gods. Everyone knew that above the deities were the heavenly gods, followed by the true gods. Fang Chen might be the strongest god emperor, but he still belonged to the category of true gods. And Cosmos Gods were existences above the true gods. They were extremely mysterious and rare within the miniature cosmos. Indeed, it is as I guessed. After summarizing the contents, Fang Chen chuckled. Cosmos Gods were also divided into 3 minor realms. The first minor realm was called the Void Realm, the second was the Deity Imprint Realm, and the third was the Unity Realm. The Void Realm, as the name suggested, was an expert who had just left the miniature cosmos and could survive in the primal chaos void. They were known as Void Realm Cosmos Gods. This type of Cosmos God was the lowest level of warriors in the primal chaos void. Fang Chen's current strength was roughly at the Void Realm. The Deity Imprint Realm was a unique realm. It was also a transitional realm. Every Cosmos God would transform the 6 great laws into deity imprints of order during their cultivation. The number of deity imprints determined the strength of the Cosmos God. And the Unity Realm was the strongest realm amongst Cosmos Gods. Cosmos Gods at this realm had to fuse all the deity imprints they comprehended together, improving themselves in all aspects before becoming the strongest Cosmos God. Fang Shi became an emperor at the age of 3. He had the myriad fusion body and became a Void Realm Cosmos God after reaching adulthood. After accumulating for 10,000 years, he comprehended the deity imprint of order and became a deity imprint Cosmos God. Cosmos Gods are indeed incomparably mysterious. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. The primal chaos void was truly too huge. The miniature cosmos was merely a drop in the ocean of the primal chaos void. He only had the strength of the strongest god emperor, yet he could stand at the peak of the miniature cosmos. If he was placed in the primal chaos void, he would not be a threat at all. The road ahead is long. I still have to work harder. Fang Chen clenched his fists. He desired to reach the peak of the martial Tao. The white-bearded old man had only given him a detailed introduction of the Cosmos Gods. He did not know of any existences beyond the Cosmos Gods. Father. Right at this moment, Fang Shi came over in a lively manner. Father, what are you thinking about? Fang Shi asked. I am researching on the ranks of Cosmos Gods. Fang Chen chuckled. His mood would be exceptionally good every time. Father, will you bring me along when you leave the primal chaos void? Fang Shi pitifully asked. Fang Chen shook his head, saying, the primal chaos void is too dangerous. Even though you are a Cosmos God, your foundation is too shallow. Wait until I gain a firm foothold in the primal chaos void before coming back to fetch you and your mother. He didn't want his family to be involved in any kind of danger. Father, no matter what, I am still a deity imprint cosmos god. You are not as strong as me. Fang Shi pouted, saying with slight dissatisfaction. Let's not talk about this first. Father does not plan on leaving the Star River cosmos. Let's talk about it when we leave. Fang Chen changed the topic. Fang Shi nodded. He did not linger on this topic any longer. Father, Uncle Mouse, and the other three discovered something good and asked me to find you. Fang Shi giggled. Oh, what good thing? Father, you will know when you go. Fang Shi pulled on the arm of his father. Fang Chen swept out with his divine sense and discovered the traces of the little mouse and the other three. At this moment, within the territory of Divine Dawn Palace, in a certain wasteland. The four of them surrounded a withered old tree and discussed in low voices. That is, when he saw a withered old tree, Fang Chen's eyes widened as well. Old faker? Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. Who would have thought that the old faker would appear in such a manner? For novels to read, please visit. Friends, please bookmark this website to read the latest novels. You can search for and find this website immediately. This website is a godly tool for reading novels. All novels are updated at light speed, allowing readers to not have to wait in torment and not miss out on any exciting chapters. A must for bookworms. Follow the public on WeChat Xiangxiaoshuo download the reader of this website. Chapter 2052. Genius remembers love in 1 second go. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Divine Shi Palace, Dragon Creek Wasteland. Old Faker, why are you here? Among the four, Little Mouse was the most familiar with the Old Faker. Back then, the Old Faker used to follow Little Mouse and called him Brother Mouse. Brother Mouse, I missed you so much. Although the Old Faker's body was yellow and withered, his vitality seemed to be very strong. Little Mouse couldn't help but hug him and kiss him. In a strange place like the Divine World, he was naturally very happy to meet an acquaintance. You used to follow me, how did you end up like this? Little Mouse curled his lips and said, I'm not doing well, so I came to seek shelter from Brother Mouse. The Old Faker was still the same as before, with a despicable look. Brother Mouse, I heard that the famous team of 4 God Emperors in the Divine World has a heaven-devouring Divine Emperor. Is that you? Hearing the Old Faker's words, Little Mouse laughed loudly. Of course it's me, Brother Mouse. If anyone else dares to call themselves heaven-devouring Divine Emperor, I'll eat them. Little Mouse said proudly. Hearing this, the Old Faker became even more excited. Although I've been in the Divine World for a short time, the name of the team of 4 God Emperors is like thunder to my ears. Their style of doing things is very similar to mine. I really want to meet the legendary 4 God Emperors. The Old Faker said with a smile. Little Mouse waved his hand and said, No need to trouble yourself, you can meet them now. After saying this, Little Mouse signaled the other 3 God Emperors to release their own auras. Being suppressed by the auras of the God Emperors, the Old Faker was shocked and then looked at the other 3 in shock. Brother Mouse, are you telling me that the 3 of them are the 3 God Emperors who formed the team with you? The Old Faker was very shocked. Let me introduce you, this is Astro Emperor. The only Ant Emperor in the Divine World, the leader of all the Ant tribes in the universe. This is God Emperor Pegasus, and this is God Emperor Mountain Pangolin. You're right. The legends of the 4 great God Emperors that you've heard about on the streets are referring to the 4 of us. Little Mouse chuckled. I really didn't expect Brother Shu to have reached such an awesome level. You're worthy of being the person I admire. Brother Rat, I want to follow you in the future, the Old Faker said. I want to join your group. It's fine if you want to join us, but let us eat some of your branches and leaves first. Xiao Huang teased the Old Faker on purpose. The Old Faker was so scared that he hurriedly put away all the withered branches on his main body as if he was guarding against a thief. Old Faker, how have you been? A moment later, Fang Chen and Fang Shi arrived. Brat, it's truly been a long time since we last met. The Old Faker, Chen Hu, was also pleasantly surprised. You can't be telling me that you're the ancient Sword Emperor who saved the entire Divine Realm? Suddenly, The old faker seemed to think of something and asked hurriedly. You're right. Boss is the ancient sword emperor. This smart and beautiful woman is the legendary palace master of the Divine Light Palace, and also the only cosmos god in this universe, Lady She. Little Mouse introduced. Hearing that, the old faker was stunned on the spot. After a long time, the old faker finally reacted and shouted that he wanted to follow Fang Chen. Why did you change your mind so quickly? Little Mouse said, didn't you just call me Brother Shu and say that you want to follow me and join our group? Brother Shu, your branches and leaves are all withered and yellow. If you delay any longer, I'll die. Brother Shu, please give me a way out. The old faker chuckled. Fang Chen grinned when he saw that. It had been a long time since he felt so happy and harmonious. He was very happy, as if he had returned to the time when he was young and struggling. Father, this tree is not simple, Fang Shi suddenly said. Although its branches and leaves are withered and yellow, its vitality is very strong. And I can feel that it's taking root here and absorbing the origin energy of the world. What? Hearing that, Fang Chen was stunned. The origin energy of the universe was the core and the most fundamental energy of the miniature universe. Even he couldn't absorb the origin energy of the universe casually. And the old faker was actually absorbing it. But don't worry, Father. Its absorption speed is extremely slow and won't cause any damage to the origin energy of the universe. If it continues to grow like this, it will reach a very high level. Fang Shi said. She was a cosmos god and could see the essence of the old faker at a glance. You're indeed Lady Shi. You're so powerful, young and promising. The old faker started to flatter Fang Shi again. It wasn't easy for the old faker to ascend to the divine realm with his own strength. Moreover, he should have received an extraordinary inheritance and could become the first plant-based expert to become an emperor god in the future. Haha, just you wait. It won't be long before I become an emperor god. The old faker was very excited. After chatting for a while, the group returned to Shunxi Palace. Fang Shi teleported the old faker into Shunxi Palace with the greater teleportation. The four little mice had been idle and bored. Now, they came to torture the old faker every day when they had nothing to do. They could often hear angry roars and miserable cries coming from Shunxi Palace. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed since the Great War. During this period, Fang Chen had been comprehending the Tao. One day, he had comprehended something. With a flip of his palm, the communication token appeared and he sent a message to his master. Voila! After a while, the projection of the bone progenitor arrived. Fang Chen, why are you looking for me? The bone progenitor asked. The bone progenitor's proudest masterpiece in his life was taking Fang Chen as his disciple. Because of this, he often showed off to the other powerful emperor gods. Master, in the past 30 years, I have comprehended something about the space-time shape cultivation system. I would like to discuss it with you. Fang Chen pointed to the stone bench beside him and said slowly. Oh, you have comprehended something? The bone progenitor's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was the one who created the space-time shape cultivation system, but Fang Chen had surpassed him and carried it forward. In just a few decades, many space-time cultivators had achieved good results in this area. All of this had to do with Fang Chen and the bone progenitor's promotion. Fang Chen had discussed with the bone progenitor before. Since they wanted to carry it forward, they could not be too conservative. They should find a way to popularize the space-time shape cultivation system so that all the cultivators in the realm of the gods could come into contact with it. Of course, only a small part of it was released. As for the core formula, it was still in the hands of the Heavenly Bone Palace. Over the years, the bone progenitor and Fang Chen had often discussed the space-time shape cultivation system. Unknowingly, Fang Chen's achievements in the space-time shape cultivation system had surpassed the bone progenitor's. The bone progenitor could not help but admire this. Master, when you first created the space-time shape cultivation system, did you think about its development path? Fang Chen asked. The bone progenitor shook his head. When it was first created, it was still weak. It was only focused on creating a different cultivation system. It had never thought that it would reach such heights today. However, as its strength increased, The bone progenitor felt more and more confused. Actually, I think that the space-time shape cultivation system can be improved to another level. Fang Chen said with a smile, this cultivation system is best at escaping. Thus, we should develop it in this direction. In the recent years, I have been researching on escaping. Today, I finally comprehended something. I feel that by relying on the space-time shape cultivation system, it is possible to cultivate to the cosmos God realm. Fang Chen said. Hearing this, the bone progenitor's heart trembled. He had been stuck at the God Emperor realm for many years. Even in his dreams, he wanted to become a cosmos god. Really? The bone progenitor asked anxiously. Master, don't be anxious. Listen to me in detail. Fang Chen said with a smile, the space-time shape cultivation system is based on the laws of time and space. But in my opinion, these two laws are only superficial. Master, feel it. Saying this, Fang Chen placed his palm on the bone progenitor's shoulder. At that moment, a vast energy drilled into the body of the bone progenitor. After a long time, the bone progenitor's face was filled with shock. This is simply unheard of and unheard of. Why didn't I think of this before? After the bone progenitor felt Fang Chen's comprehension of the space-time shape cultivation system, it was very excited. For novels to read, please visit. Friends, please bookmark this website to read the latest novels. You can search for and find this website immediately. Chapter 2053. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. Over the years, the bone progenitor had evolved the space-time shape cultivation system to the extreme. Love Go Little Say Wk felt that his strength was completely stuck at a bottleneck following the stagnation of the space-time shape cultivation system. But now, Fang Chen had given him a new way of thinking. That's right, in the past, he had always wanted to use the space-time shape cultivation system to increase his strength and break through the realms. Now that he thought about it, he was too eager for quick success. After being stuck at the bottleneck for so long, why couldn't he change his way of thinking? Why not develop it in the direction of escape? If he could develop his escape technique to the extreme, even if he faced a cosmos god, he could easily escape unscathed. At that time, so what if his attack was weak? Most likely, no god emperor in the divine world would dare to provoke him. Actually, the space-time shape cultivation system is not just about the two laws of time and space. There are many other aspects. Fang Chen began to talk at length about his understanding of the space-time shape cultivation system. For 3 days and 3 nights, he talked about it without rest. In the end, both teacher and disciple laughed heartily, unable to restrain their smiles. Who would have thought that the space-time shape cultivation system would change in such a way? The bone progenitor grinned and was very happy. Fang Chen, I'll go back and study it first. When I have some results, I'll come and find you. After all, the bone progenitor was the founder of the space-time shape cultivation system and had a unique and deep understanding of this system. After Fang Chen told his teacher about his understanding, the latter immediately returned to the Sky Bone Palace to cultivate. After another 100 years, the bone progenitor completely merged Fang Chen's understanding with his own, forming a perfect space-time shape cultivation system. On this day, the entire divine world was shaken. The bone progenitor was going to fight with the ancient sword emperor, and it was going to be public for the entire divine world to watch. In the territory of the Divine Light Palace, countless warriors rushed over. Even the god emperors of the various superpowers came to watch. The bone progenitor wants to challenge the ancient sword emperor? Many people were confused and asked curiously. On Shunqi Palace's martial arts stage, Fang Chen and the bone progenitor faced each other. Your Excellency has gained something, Fang Chen said with a smile. Fang Chen, I did gain something from my secluded cultivation. If I'm not wrong, it's really possible to completely revolutionize the space-time cultivation system. Almost everyone is here. Let's begin. Fang Chen nodded gently. Boom. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen took the initiative to attack. He gathered all the strength in his body and threw a punch at the bone progenitor. The latter did not fight head-on. Instead, he used the space-time cultivation system and entered the void. Dong. Fang Chen's fistlight exploded in the void, causing the surrounding space to shake violently. The bone progenitor's figure was faintly discernible. Here. Fang Chen spotted his master at a glance. Then, he continued to unleash an oppressive fist radiance. Whoosh. However, to everyone's surprise, although the bone progenitor did not fight head-on, he was able to skillfully dodge Fang Chen's attacks. The bone progenitor's escape technique has improved again. The god of destruction emperor and the others were speechless. With the bone progenitor's current escape technique, they would not be able to catch him even if they worked together. The other god emperors were also amazed. The space-time cultivation system was really domineering. Rumble. After the battle lasted for about 15 minutes, Fang Chen was the first to stop attacking. The bone progenitor appeared and grinned at Fang Chen. Congratulations, Master. You've reached a new level. No one knew better than Fang Chen how much his master had improved. Love go little say W, chew ha ha ha, it's all thanks to you, the bone progenitor said with a smile. In the past 100 years, not only have I improved a lot, but our plan has also borne fruit. Mu Xian has become a god emperor. And she has directly reached the second level. Oh! Fang Chen was slightly startled before nodding. In the past 100 years, he had been researching and comprehending, so he did not pay much attention to Mu Xian. However, he was not too surprised that Mu Xian could have her current achievements. After all, Mu Xian was someone who had entered the stone fragment space. Mu Xian seems to have been born specifically for the space-time cultivation system. Her perception of the void is too strong, the bone progenitor praised. Continue to spread it on a large scale. We must popularize the space-time cultivation system, Fang Chen said. To push a cultivation system to the peak, it had to be popularized. Only with a large base of cultivation could it push the system to grow. The battle between the bone progenitor and Fang Chen came to an end. The 8 god emperors were deeply affected and went into closed-door cultivation. The bone progenitor returned to the Sky Bone Palace and continued researching the space-time cultivation system. As for Fang Chen, he was also considering leaving the Star River cosmos. His wife had reached the level of a god emperor, and his daughter was a cosmos god at the deity inscription realm. The Divine Light Palace's position in the deity world was becoming more and more transcendent. It had become the cultivation holy land of the entire deity world and was worshipped by countless people. Tianxin's strength was also rising rapidly. His good brother Qing, who was obsessed with the Tao of puppetry and was unable to extricate himself. Little Mouse and the other 3 were also living carefree lives. In short, the deity world had truly entered an era of peace. Furthermore, the true golden age had arrived. Geniuses were emerging in large numbers. Generation after generation of geniuses stood out and received the attention of the god emperors. The entire deity world was developing rapidly. Fang Chen secretly visited some of his old friends, such as God Emperor Ling Shi of the Reincarnation Palace, the 2 holy son of the beast god race, and the strongest warrior of the undying deity pavilion, Wu Teng. Although some of them were not very friendly to Fang Chen in the past. But at Fang Chen's level, he had already let go of the grudges in his heart. After the destruction of the Southern Tomb Sword Palace and the death of God Emperor Swordless. In the miniature universe, Fang Chen no longer had any grudges. After a round, he returned to the Divine Light Palace. Shi Fang Chen called Star and Moon and Fang Shi to his side. His expression was solemn. Father, are you leaving? Fang Shi asked reluctantly. Can you bring me along? Fang Chen shook his head. Shi even though you are already a cosmos god, the primal chaos void is very dangerous. I don't want you and your mother to suffer any harm. Wait until I gain a firm foothold in the primal chaos void, I will definitely come back to pick you up. Furthermore, my avatar will always stay in the deity world to accompany you. Fang Chen said. Star and Moon could understand her husband's meaning. Brother Chen, you can rest assured and pursue the peak of the martial path. Shi and I will not be your burden. Stone fragment space, in front of the Star River Palace. Fang Chen exchanged glances with the illusory figure. The latter was full of smiles. Why? Have you decided to leave? the illusory figure asked. Fang Chen lightly nodded. It had been 100 years since the end of the Great War. He felt that he was already used to those days of hot-blooded struggle. Such peaceful days were truly uncomfortable. Furthermore, there was always an incomparably strong obsession in his heart to pursue the peak of Tao comprehension. Even though you have yet to break through to the cosmos God realm, you have the strength of a void realm expert. But I still have to remind you that you have to be more careful when heading to the primal chaos void, the illusory figure said. Especially when you are traveling through the void. You have to be cautious. Senior, I've heard you mention before that the stone fragment space can teleport me directly to the void star heaven? Fang Chen asked. The illusory figure nodded. But his expression was slightly complicated. This time-space teleportation array was once constructed by Master. But it has experienced 18 cosmos epochs, and it is highly possible that it is damaged internally. Thus, it is dangerous to take the teleportation array. The illusory figure said. Is there any other way? There is another way. That is to tear apart the boundary membrane of the miniature cosmos and travel through the primal chaos void to reach the void star heaven. But this will take a long time. You might not be able to reach it even after more than 100 million years. Furthermore, you will encounter all sorts of dangers along the way. The illusory figure said. Comparatively speaking, it was safer to take the teleportation array. I suggest you take the teleportation array and leave, the illusory figure said. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Chen nodded and made his decision. All right, then I'll take the teleportation array, Fang Chen said. The illusory figure waved his hand. At that moment, a huge altar appeared in front of the Star River Palace. On top of the altar, there was a 9-colored teleportation array. It was flashing with a vast light. You enter first. Fang Chen walked into the teleportation array. The illusory figure placed the energy crystals inside before activating the teleportation array. Hong long long. Trembling sounds could be heard as the teleportation array started revolving rapidly. At that moment, Fang Chen disappeared from the altar. I hope you can reach the void star heaven safely, the illusory figure thought. For novels to read, please visit. Friends, please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. You can search for and find this site immediately. Chapter 2054. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The grey aura enveloped Fang Chen as it rapidly traveled through time and space. Everyone, please search. A novel about opening his eyes. Fang Chen felt as if countless mirages had appeared around him. Light flowed around him, giving him a special feeling. The aura of the primal chaos void. Fang Chen sensed that as time passed, the surrounding aura gradually became frantic. Moreover, the true God power in the air seemed to have undergone some changes. Hey! My true God power seems to have become weaker. Fang Chen thought to himself. Soon, he realized that he had already left the celestial river universe and was on his way to the illusory star heaven. Rumble. Shocking auras kept surging out. He was very glad that he was in the teleportation array. Otherwise, who knew what kind of danger he would encounter? After an unknown amount of time, Fang Chen suddenly felt the world spinning around him. Then, he had a bad premonition. Not good. The terrifying aura tore the teleportation array apart and squeezed his body, causing his breathing to quicken. Is there a problem with the teleportation array? Fang Chen's face was extremely gloomy. Just as the mysterious man had predicted, there was indeed a problem inside the teleportation array. However, he had no power to resist at all. Crack! His body was instantly swept away by the terrifying power, and then he disappeared into the boundless chaos. The chaotic void was a vast and boundless void. Over here, cosmos gods could never traverse the entire primal chaos void. Apart from the land, the primal chaos void was filled with an aura that made people tremble. Darkness enveloped everything. On a lonely island. Dawn. Like a falling meteor, the deafening sound completely startled the quiet island. Love go little say countless indigenous experts on the island came to a certain area of the island. There was a huge crater here, as if a meteorite had fallen. Hey! It's a human. It was a man dressed in beast skin. He had 2 horns on his head and seemed to be a humanoid. He floated in the air and looked down. Why would a human come here? Could it be that the void traveler met with an accident and landed on our myriad devil islands? The experts in animal skins found Fang Chen in the pit and carefully examined him. They found that there were still signs of life on him. Rumor has it that the void traveler is very rich and talented. I'll think of a way to save him. Perhaps there will be an unexpected harvest. The man in animal skin said indifferently. All right, let's bring him back to the clan first. This island was called the Myriad Devil Islands. Although it was an island, the area was very vast. It was at least several times larger than the universe. Roar. On the island, one could often hear the roars of beasts, the wails of ghosts and the howls of wolves. Outside the island was a dark void, lonely and desolate. The surroundings were enveloped by a blurry aura. It was as if the origin source of the universe was protecting the Myriad Devil Islands. In his coma, Fang Chen had a very shocking dream. He dreamt of heading to the Unbounded Sword Sect. After becoming a disciple of the Unbounded Sword Sect, he rapidly reached the Cosmos God realm. After that, he continued cultivating bitterly in the Unbounded Sword Sect and eventually became a Unity Realm expert. Fang Chen's fleshy body was originally very strong. It was comparable to a Void Realm Cosmos God. Hence, he was still able to preserve his life even when the teleportation array had a problem. After being unconscious for an entire year, Fang Chen finally woke up with the help of the few humans in animal skin. But the moment he opened his eyes, he felt as if his body was being torn apart. It was an excruciating pain. So painful. Fang Chen could not help but exclaim out. His exclamation alarmed the few beast-skinned men. They hurriedly surrounded Fang Chen in the center. At this moment, the sword-shaped runes on Fang Chen's body were faintly flashing. They were circulating with an aura that made others tremble. His self-recovery ability was very abnormal. Even though his body was still in pain and his head was dizzy, his life was no longer in danger. Human, where did you come from? The dizzy Fang Chen was currently sorting out his memories when he suddenly heard someone speaking. He hurriedly looked up. Only then did he discover that there were several beast-skinned men around him. Void Realm? He discovered that these beast-skinned men were all Void Realm Cosmos gods. Before Fang Chen finished speaking, another beast-skinned man asked, "Who are you? Why did you appear in our Myriad Devil Island?" I took the teleportation array and was prepared to head to the Void Star Heaven. Midway, I encountered an error and fell here. Fang Chen simply said. At the same time, he learned from these beast-skinned humans that he was in a place called the Myriad Devil Island. He rapidly flipped through the map of the Void Star Heaven and felt helpless. Because there was no such place as the Myriad Devil Island on the map of the Void Star Heaven. Unless my teleportation array deviated from the original path? Fang Chen pondered. Are you a void traveler? The beast-skinned man asked. Even though Fang Chen was puzzled, he still nodded. You are a void traveler. Then you must have a huge background. The youngest beast-skinned human excitedly said. Many thanks to the 3 of you for saving my life. But I wish to know, which day does this Myriad Devil Island belong to? Fang Chen cupped his fists and asked. The 3 beast-skinned humans shook their heads. They were at a loss. They don't seem to know. Fang Chen guessed inwardly that the Myriad Devil Island should be a small island located in the primal chaos void. It was isolated from the world, and they did not even know of the existence of the Void Star Heaven. I do not understand the Myriad Devil Island. I wonder if you can explain the situation of the Myriad Devil Island to me? Fang Chen asked softly. I've heard that the Void Traveler is rich and has a huge background. I haven't even reached the Cosmos God realm, yet I dare to roam the primal chaos void. I must come from a huge clan or organization. The youngest beast-skinned human said, I can explain the situation of the Myriad Devil Island to you, but what benefits can you give me? Hearing that, Fang Chen was stunned. His belongings were considered supreme treasures in the starry river cosmos. But he could not take out anything in this primal chaos void. What benefits could he give him? Fang Chen was rapidly pondering in his mind. After I recover from my injuries, I can bring you out of the myriad Devil Island and into a wider region. After pondering for a while, he could only promise an empty promise. He had no choice. Who asked him to be poor and wretched now? Really? The eyes of the slightly older humanoid brightened. He cupped his fists and said, "This brother, we don't ask for you to bring the entire tribe away. We just hope that you can bring Xiao Hei away." Fang Chen knew that the Xiao Hei he spoke of was the youngest humanoid. "No problem. But you have to explain the situation of the myriad Devil Island to me first." Fang Chen nodded. Following that, the slightly older humanoid began introducing the myriad Devil Island to Fang Chen. Because the myriad Devil Island was too vast, their Black Earth tribe was too weak. They only knew of some nearby organizations. The region we are in is the eastern region of the myriad Devil Island. There are a total of 31 tribes here. And our Black Earth tribe can only be considered an intermediate tribe. The humanoid explained, the ruler of our eastern region is a deity inscriptionist cosmos god. And the strongest experts in the various large tribes are basically void realm cosmos gods. The myriad Devil Island did not seem as strong as Fang Chen imagined. This should be an island drifting by the boundary of the primal chaos void, isolated from the rest of the world. Deity inscriptionist cosmos gods could become vassals here. And for someone like him who had reached the void realm, he could become the leader of a tribe. Just as the three beast-skinned humanoids were introducing the situation of the eastern region to Fang Chen, a clamor suddenly came from outside. "What is going on?" Fang Chen asked. The three beast-skinned humanoids had a slight change in expression. They helplessly said, "The people from the Dark Earth tribe are here." "H. The Dark Earth tribe is too overbearing. They rely on the fact that they have 4 void realm cosmos gods in their tribe to oppress our Black Earth tribe. They even want to force Xiao Hei to join their Dark Earth tribe." The slightly older humanoid angrily said. "Oh." Fang Chen did not speak after hearing that. "Brother, wait here first. We will go and deal with the people from the Dark Earth tribe." Saying that, the three of them left. At this moment, at the entrance of the tribe, the leader of the Dark Earth tribe, a void realm cosmos god, was extremely arrogant. Seeing this, the edge of Fang Chen's lips curled upwards, revealing a grin. He would not have thought that his journey in the primal chaos void would start from the myriad Devil Island. Error-free novel reading, please visit. Friends, please bookmark this website to read the latest novels. You can search for and find this website immediately. The free app reader of this website is officially online. Popular novels are free for you to read. It supports offline downloading, making it easier for readers to read without the internet. Download. Install a phone reader for Xianhuan 11.